Mine's not red.
It's right up there.
Welcome to the July 12, 2021 meeting of the Rules, Policy, and Governance Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. This meeting is being recorded and will be available after its conclusion via link on the Commission's website. A link to view this meeting was provided on the Commission's website for the public to participate. All votes of the Commission are conducted via taking a roll call vote. Please seek recognition prior to speaking, making a motion, or voting. Before we begin our business today, I want to take a moment to welcome all of the commissioners, I guess my one fellow commissioner,
I thank you.
and the staff back to in-person meetings. We're certainly very excited to be back together this week. And I did not mention this, but my name is Terrence Patterson, and I am a commissioner. Chase, could you please take a roll call of the commissioners?
Commissioner Tucker
Here.
is present. Commissioner Levine is absent. Chairman Patterson
Here.
is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Chase. Today's agenda includes committee action on key policies. We will begin with commission policies concerning operations, appeals, and authorizer policies on final reading. And after, we will review LEA policies that have been updated after recent legislative changes. And finally, we'll conclude our meeting with votes on permanent and emergency rules on amendment appeals, as well as rules governing the application process for schools exiting the Achievement School District. Wendy, do you have any comments to make in regard to the agenda before we vote to approve?
I do not. I'd have a motion, though.
Okay.
I would move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? I guess I can make the second. I second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I don't think we have any discussion. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Yeah, aye.
votes aye. Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The agenda is approved.
So the minutes of the committee meeting held on April 8, 2021 have been provided. Are there any edits to make regarding the prior minutes before we proceed?
This is Wendy Tucker. I have no edits, but I would move that we approve the April 8th meeting minutes.
Terrence Patterson, this is the second. Is there any discussion? I don't believe so. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye. And Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The minutes from April 8th, 2021 are approved.
Great. So the first item on our agenda is the final reading of the policies that govern the commission. These policies include commission operations, appeals, and our authorizer policies. And in April, we discussed that these policies were coming to this committee as a part of our responsibility to annually review all policies. I'd like to ask our General Counsel, Ashley Thomas, to walk the committee through these policies before we vote.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. As you stated, these policies are up for final reading. They govern the Commission's work as an authorizer, appellate body, and the general operations of the Commission. As explained in our previous meeting, the most significant change is that the policies were renumbered for efficiency, and they included grammatical updates. I will state that the only change between the first and final reading for the committee's consideration is my proposal to repeal the public records policy. It was numbered 1.400. I happily report that those rules, at our previous meeting, I did indicate that the policy may be repealed since identical rules have been filed with the Secretary of State. And I happily report that those rules did receive a positive recommendation from the Government Operations Committee. And as a result, those rules became effective on July 4th, 2021. With that noted edit, I would advise that a recommendation for approval by the full commission.
Great, thank you, Ashley. I think we're now ready for, this is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. We're now ready for a vote on the commission policies in the 1000 series, 2000 series, and 3000 series. Do we have a motion to approve these policies on final reading and recommend adoption by the full commission?
I have a motion. I do have a question for her. Do I do that after I make the motion?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
yeah,
This
let's
is
do.
Wendy Tucker. So moved.
Okay, and Terrence Patterson, second. So we do have room now for discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you just said. So we had this policy on public records requests. We now have a rule that went into effect last week that covers the same thing. And just for the record, I guess, rules are actually more binding than policy.
They
right?
are. They are
It's a
more binding than
stronger-
policy. And I will state that the language of the rule does mirror the language that was in the policy. And so it felt redundant to have them both.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to, I think that the staff and this body is very interested in transparency. So I just want to make sure we were clear that what you have gotten approved is actually more binding than what was here
Absolutely.
before.
Absolutely.
So that's all I wanted to just clarify.
No, thank you, Commissioner. That's actually excellent clarification. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote now?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The policies in the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000 series have been approved on final reading.
Great. This is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. The second item on our agenda today are the LEA policies that have been updated by the staff to reflect legislative changes made by the General Assembly. Ashley, will you please provide the committee with an overview of these LEA policy updates?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. As you stated, I'm presenting some LEA policies that require updates that result from the legislative changes. I included the edits as track changes on the documents that were provided to the committee prior to today's meeting, and I'll just go through those now. The first is LEA Policy 2805. It changes the notification requirement for charter schools based on the population size of the school's county. The next change is to LEA Policy 3201, which requires charter schools to develop a policy addressing cybersecurity. There's a change to LEA Policy 4400, requiring that any public charter school in receipt of state funds adhere to all applicable state laws and regulations. I updated LEA Policy 5118. In my review, I saw that there was a minor update needed to reference the commission rather than the State Board of Education. LEA Policy 6200 updates the list of excused absences, and it also edits the truancy intervention plan to match the changes in the legislation. LEA Policy 6309 is edited to give the head of the charter school the authority to modify zero-tolerance action on a case-by-case basis. LEA Policy 6313 is updated to require charter schools to adopt a policy regarding teachers' authority in the management of the classroom. LEA Policy 6317 is also updated to place the authority surrounding zero-tolerance offenses and discipline with the head of the charter school. And finally, LEA Policy 6500 is updated to include a requirement that charter school staff complete a behavior intervention training program annually. This policy is also updated to reflect legislative changes related to the isolation and physical restraint of a special education student. At this time, I'll pause for any comments on the policy updates.
Thank you, Ashley. We're now ready for a vote on the commission. Thank you for updating those LEA policies for the commission. Members, does anyone have any questions or comments before we move forward?
This is Wendy Tucker, and shockingly, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Just two things. One, just clarifying, all of these amendments, with the exception of the mistake that you found related to State Board, are mandated by new legislation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll just say that the restraint and isolation, I was happy to see. I am not a fan of this student discipline policy update that the legislature did this last session. I made that clear to them. It didn't matter. So I know we have to follow the law, but I just didn't want to approve these without just saying that I am personally do not favor that policy.
Okay, thank you for your comments there. Is there a motion to approve the updated LEA policies and recommend adoption by the full commission?
This is Wendy Tucker, but with the caveat that we are required to, because they're legislative changes, I would so move.
Commissioner Terrence Patterson, I second. Is there any further discussion? Don't believe so, but I do want to note for the record, thank you for pointing out that clarification, that we are mandated by law to make these particular updates that our general counsel has provided for us. With that, Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The LEA policies have been approved.
This is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. Our third agenda item today will be a vote on emergency and permanent rules for amendment appeals to the commission. Since these rules are identical, I want to recognize Ashley, our general counsel, to explain the rules and why there's a need to implement an emergency rule at the same time. And then after our general counsel walks the committee through the rules, we'll vote on them separately. Ashley, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. For the committee's consideration today, I'm presenting two sets of rules, as you stated. The first set I'm bringing before the commission on tomorrow will be related to amendment appeals. I drafted these rules after the passing of House Bill 580, which transfers responsibility for amendment appeals to the commission. I'm proposing that the rules be promulgated through the emergency process, with the permanent version of the rules to be run simultaneously. This legislative change went into effect on July 1st, and I believe that emergency rules are necessary should the commission receive an emergency amendment appeal prior to the permanent rules becoming effective. Upon approval and filing, the emergency rules would be effective immediately, and they would run for 180 days. It is my intention to have them filed by the end of this month, giving an effective date through January of 2022. Of course, I'm proposing a positive recommendation to the full commission of the permanent rules on first reading. Once approved, what will happen from there is I will schedule a rulemaking hearing, and at that time, the commission will receive public comments, make any approved edits as the commission sees necessary to the language of the rules. The permanent rules will be then presented on final reading in October. And with the timeline, I anticipate the permanent rules to be effective in January, which would coincide with the expiration of the emergency rules. Just to speak to the language of the rules, the proposed amendment appeal rules closely mirror those that are currently in effect with the State Board of Education, who previously held the responsibility for these rules. They set forth the contents of a properly filed appeal, deadlines for the filing of the letter of intent petitions, as well as the timeline for review and vote by the commission. The rules also indicate that an appellate decision by the commission is final. The rules were provided to the committee members prior to today's meeting. I'm having Executive Director Stovall project them now, and so I'll pause here to kind of go over timeline or questions about the language of the rule as we need to. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
I have one, I think it's just a slight typo, and then I do have a question or two on subsection 5, and I think they're identical, right? So I don't have to tell you which one.
That's correct. Yeah, the language is the same for
Okay,
both.
perfect. That's what I thought, but I just have one open. If you go down to the last sentence in subsection 5,
Okay.
I think it just should be details of the public hearing are on the commission
Okay.
website or will be
Will
on the
be.
commission website.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the only amendment or edit that I would suggest. And then I just wanted to clarify, other than, I know there's language here that there is no commission authorized schools don't have this right because they would be appealing to the commission that authorize, right? They would be appealing to their own authorizer. So it says that in here. There's language that this does not apply. Other than that language, this is identical to what the state board had. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't have any other questions.
Okay, great. This is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. And I just want to make sure I understand and the listening public understands. The reason why we're doing this is because we need a set of rules in place while our permanent rules get approved and ratified.
Correct.
Is that-
The permanent rulemaking process takes anywhere between 6 and 9 months, but this legislation went into effect July 1st, and so we need standards in place should we receive an amendment appeal in that interim time, and so emergency rules is the way to do that.
Great, okay.
And this is Wendy Tucker. The legislation was just to give to take this appellate power for amendments to charters from the state board and move it over to the commission,
Correct.
right?
I believe that it should have been done with the New
Right,
Start appeals and
right.
revocation appeals, but it was done this session, and so that went into effect July 1st, like I said.
Right. And I don't think we just again, for the listening public, the purpose of this is schools that actually have a charter, the school is open, they're educating kids in their building, and they need an amendment that follows, and their parameters set out in this rule if anybody wants to look at it, but it falls within these parameters. And they ask their district to amend it, and their district says no, they get to come to us.
Then
So
the
if it's
appellate.
like increasing enrollment numbers within certain parameters or any of that sort of stuff. Okay.
Correct.
Just make sure we're
Yeah.
clearly
No.
stating what the rule does. Okay, I don't have anything further.
Okay, good. So with that, is there a motion to approve the emergency amendment appeal rule and recommend adoption by the full commission?
This is Wendy Tucker. I so move.
Terrence Patterson, a second. Is there any further discussion? I think we've had quite a bit, and I do just want to thank you again, General Counsel Thomas, for the clarification and the explanation. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The rule, or the emergency rule, has been approved to the full commission.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. Before we vote on the permanent amendment appeals rule, I just want to inform the committee members and the audience watching and listening that the permanent rule is the exact same as the emergency rule, which is something we just pointed out for clarification. So with that, is there a motion to approve the permanent amendment appeal rule on first reading?
This is Wendy Tucker. I move that we approve the permanent amendment appeals rule.
Terrence Patterson, second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The rule is approved on first reading.
I'm sorry, this is Wendy Tucker. Just to clarify, it's approved with that minor edit, right? I didn't make that in the motion, so
Yes.
just making sure that, just fixing that sentence. It's not a substantive edit. Okay.
Yes, we'll make sure that that is
I've
incorporated.
noted that, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. This is Commissioner Terrence Patterson. So the final item on our agenda will be the first reading of the commission's rule that will govern the application and approval process for any school that applies to the commission from the Achievement School District. And I think this is a very important aspect of our responsibilities, and one that, Ashley, we'd like to ask you to discuss the rule that's up for consideration, as well as the draft of the application and rubric. Ashley, you're recognized.
Thank you. As you indicated, the second set of rules for the committee's consideration today are those surrounding the application process for schools exiting the Achievement School District. During the most recent legislative session, the General Assembly passed law for charter schools exiting the ASD. Pertinent portions of that law did authorize the Commissioner of the Department of Education to permit selected schools to submit an application to the Commission for authorization. There are two pathways in that law that schools exiting the ASD could apply to the Commission. The first is upon the Commissioner of the Department of Education selection. That selection will be based on a rubric that was developed by the Department of Education. I believe Dr. Carney will be at tomorrow's full commission meeting to further speak on the Department of Education's role. Secondly, the legislation indicated that schools that have reached priority exit status may choose to apply to the Commission for authorization. Because the selection of those schools or a school reaching priority exit status is outside the jurisdiction of the Commission, the rules that I have drafted begin at the point that the operators have chosen to apply to the Commission for authorization. Looking at the rules, you will see first in the definition section, I've defined deemed eligible. Throughout the rules, I'll use that term to refer to schools that have made the decision to apply to the Commission for authorization. Schools that have been deemed eligible, the rules set forth the requirement that the school must apply through a letter of intent by October 15th of the year prior to the upcoming school year, and that letter of intent should be followed by an application to the Commission by November 15th of the school year excuse me. So the letter of intent should be followed by an application from the commission to the commission by November 15th of the year prior to the upcoming school year. The application and rubric has been developed by commission staff, and Executive Director Stovall will discuss that at the conclusion of the rules presentation. But both documents were included for your review prior to today's discussion. The rules then detail determination of a complete application, assembly of a review committee, and timelines for a public hearing. The rules also indicate that the commission's application decision is final. As with the amendment appeal rules, the timeline for these rules will include a rulemaking hearing in September. In addition to the approval of emergency rules, in the event that one of these selections occurs prior to our permanent rules becoming effective, the rules will then be up for final reading in their permanent form at our October meeting. I'll pause at this time for any questions or making notes of any edits to the language.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments?
I actually have a lot of questions on this. Okay. So I'm trying, and I know our last in-person meeting was a discussion before the legislation happened, because it was 16 months ago, about what this would look like. And I am trying to tease out from what we have, what the answer to that is. And so you may have some of these answers. Ms. Stovall may have some. We may need them tomorrow when we have that presentation, which, I don't know what that means for approving this. But so a couple of the questions. One,
and this is Terrence Patterson, and then just one clarification. So this is just our first reading.
Right.
So certainly we will have an opportunity to come back and
Absolutely.
after listening to tomorrow's presentation. So
right. Thank
go
you.
ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. So I guess the priority exit status, how is that defined?
Do you want to take that?
Tess Stovall, Executive Director. That is a definition defined in our state accountability system. I will flag for Dr. Carney tomorrow that if she is not already planning to cover that she will cover that. But it's based on, there is a formula in the business rules of state accountability that gets you to be deemed priority exit status.
Okay, so is it, and this may be just a question, is it like no longer in the bottom 10%? I mean, is that
I think one of the
is?
possibilities is you've hit a success rate of, I think, at least 15%, which...
Okay. So if okay. Let me back up. So Achievement School District, as we all know, but just to sort of level set, was created because of schools that historically were struggling to educate kids, right? Like really struggling, like the bottom 10%, right? Bottom 10% in the state?
Bottom 5%.
Bottom 5% of achievement in the state. And so it sounds like, and I understand that there's legislation involved too, but it sounds like what we're saying here is the two paths, and I'm going to get to the other path because I was just trying to understand that one. One path is if a school gets maybe out of that bottom 5%, but it sounds like just barely, then they can apply to be a commissioned school. And then just so we can have it all in one place before I move to the next step, the commissioner's decision-making on who currently she recommends, is that...
Yes. So that second pathway that you referred to, the commissioner of the Department of Education selection, like I said, it's based on a rubric developed by the Department of Education.
And we don't have that. That's in the presentation tomorrow, maybe-ish.
That's what we've requested, I believe.
So I will say we have had multiple conversations with the Department of Education. I think tomorrow Dr. Carney is going to be talking more about what they're thinking about with regard to the framework or the rubric. To my knowledge, the framework has not been published yet or shared with operators. So certainly because of our timeline and needing to get an application and a rubric out and a rules for you all, we had to move forward. Once we get to the rubric, which happy to talk about that now, the performance indicators that we put in the rubric around past performance, we have discussed with the Department of Education and the Achievement School District, and they have given us the green light around those indicators.
Okay. I mean, and I've looked at it, but I'm still struggling with what it really means, and I don't mean that in a negative way at all towards what you've done. I think it's intended to be a little broader so that you have some flexibility. I guess the bottom line, where I'm coming from, is There are kids in these schools who have historically, generationally been, not for lack of desire or effort, but they've been failed, right? And so these schools many of these schools are not doing well. I'm sure there are some ASD schools that are excelling, and that's great. So we, as an authorizer, have a very high bar for applicants who want to be charter commission schools, right? We have so I'm trying to figure out where these fit with that high bar. And, I want to keep in mind the students in those schools and their need to be able to be in schools that will give them what they deserve in public education, while at the same time, we set ourselves up with schools that are not built to succeed. Then I'm not sure we're doing those kids any favors other than kicking the can down the road as they get older every year, and still many of them, can't do the basics. So that's where my head is. And I don't know, I don't even know how to articulate the questions till I hear more from the department on what it is, what their plans are.
And Commissioner Tucker, thank you for that comment. This is Commissioner Patterson. I think I'll just say your comment is spot on, because we are going to find ourselves in a very challenging spot. And I would just implore our body to ensure that when we are making decisions on schools and serving children, if there are instances where children don't have a better option, that we consider the relative performance of schools that are applying to us, because otherwise we would frankly leave children just kind of out in the cold. And we should make sure that we take a holistic approach after getting the feedback and insights from the department.
And I will say that Director Stovall and I, in our discussion, we wanted to bring forth these rules on first reading. Because the language of the law indicates that the Commissioner of the Department of Education can permit them to apply to the Charter Commission or their originating LEA. And because we did not really have guidance on where they were going to start, when they were going to be selected, we wanted to be in the best position possible to kind of process those applications should they come through.
And this is Wendy Tucker. So can I ask, and I think I asked this 16 months ago, and I don't think the answer was clear then, so I don't know if the answer is clear now. There's an ASD school. They apply to the Charter Commission. We deny them. Where do those kids go? What happens to those kids? And that's, I think, what the chairman is saying.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, under this new statute, is it unclear? Do we know?
Tess Stovall, I think that is a great question for Dr. Carney tomorrow, because one of the things that we, throughout this legislation moving through the General Assembly and now into the implementation phase, we want to ensure that the Commission's decision remains independent and that you all are able to evaluate the application and the operator in a way that what is not only in the best interest of students, but understanding, not wanting to set a school up for, not being able to succeed within the Charter Commission's portfolio. We have raised the question with the department of, if the Commission were to say no, what does that mean for those students? I do think that it is a possibility that an applicant or an operator may decide to apply both to the Commission and to their local school district at the same time, because the Commission's decision will be completed prior to the completion of their cycle. So I think that is certainly an option that an operator may intend to take if they're not sure how, the Commission may decide on their application. But certainly if the Commission were to say no, and then ultimately a school district were to say no, that school would move back into the local school district.
Or the students would.
The students, yeah.
The students would have to go back to their zone school.
And Wendy Tucker again. So I know when I served on the state board and there were applicants for charters when we were serving as an authorizer, one of the questions that I often asked in those discussions, Ms. Stovall, and you were there too, was the achievement scores or the levels of the surrounding schools or the zone schools. And so I think Chairman Patterson has a good point that we want to consider that. At the same time, I do have concerns, I mean, I don't know what option, I don't know what curtain number 3 is. And so I just worry that approving schools that are not set up to properly educate kids because the other schools are worse. I feel like we're still missing the magic, the secret sauce for the kids. And I don't know what the answer to that is. So I'm not saying I have an answer. And I think if it's A or B, then you want to get the option that's the best for the kids. But I'd like it to not be the least bad option. I would like to be able to figure out the best option. So just to make sure I am clear, under this statute and under what we're looking at here today, the commissioner can recommend schools to us and schools can apply to us under certain criteria, but we are independent and we will decide as 9 commissioners looking, using the statute and the law, best interest analysis and student focused as we all 9 are, on whether we approve it or not. There's nothing that requires like a weighted, the commissioner said it, therefore we have to do it.
That's correct. Yeah, the application decision is solely the commission's. That's correct.
Great. Thank you. This is really helpful.
And this is Commissioner. Oh, do you
go
have
ahead.
this is Commissioner Patterson. This is a very important question that we have got to solve for, and so I hope we'll continue to get feedback from the department. We'll get feedback from the community. We'll get feedback from operators, and certainly we'll get feedback from our fellow commissioners, because this is a very important challenge that we are tackling. We've been tasked to lead it as the Rules, Policy, and Governance Committee, but this is one that we want to make sure we get everyone's feedback. And this, again, for clarification, this is our first reading, so this is not a final approval, but this is to start the process of us moving forward in transitioning schools from the ASD.
This is Wendy Taylor. One more question. The earliest that we could become the authorizer of one of these former ASD schools would be
Next school year, right? Yeah, next school year.
20. You mean next school year is like not in next month?
Not in
but
next month.
a year and a month.
Yeah.
The 22-23 school.
23.
That's correct. So we, in theory, could be receiving letters of intent
In
October 15th
For 22-23.
of 2021 for
20
transition/authorization in the 22-23 school year, which is why the timeline feels pushed quickly, because we have to get something in place and out there for our schools if they intend to apply.
And then Wendy Tucker, again, one more question. Were there any appropriations that went along with this in the legislation or in the governor's budget? I mean, if we wind up with how many ASD schools are there? It's like 50 something?
There are 23 charter schools.
Okay. Yeah. So if we wind up with, a dozen new schools suddenly,
Yes, there were. I would say stay tuned to the Business Operations Committee meeting later on today. But yes, we did receive appropriations from the state to basically bridge the work between when we would need to set up and when we would collect authorizer fee. We also received an additional 5 positions to support that work.
great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, great. This is Commissioner Patterson. Thank you again, staff, and also Commissioner Tucker for this robust conversation, which I think is the start of a conversation as we move forward and what's in the best interest of the students that we're serving. So with that, is there a motion to approve the permanent ASD application rule on first reading?
This is Wendy Tucker. I would move that we approve the permanent ASD application rule on first reading.
This is Commissioner Patterson, second. Is there any further discussion? I think we've had a rich discussion. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The rule is approved on first reading.
Great, thank you. And thank you all for your attendance.
Chairman Patterson, since we have extra time, I know Commissioner Tucker has a hard stop at 12:45, but I would love to walk you all through the application and the rubric. If that,
No, that'd
even
be
though
great.
there's not an official vote, I would love to spend some time there if you all are okay with that.
Sure, no, that's fine with me.
Thank you for allowing a slight deviation. Since we did have extra time in this agenda, I did want to spend some time talking to you all about the draft application and the rubric. I'm going to display it up here. I think you also have hard copies in your folder. I want to take a step back and talk to you all how we came to where we are today. So the Department of Education produces a standard template application and rubric that all charter school operators, applicants, and authorizers have to use when applying for a charter school. So it made sense for us to start there, but I think we have to recognize that these are different types of schools. These are schools that have been in operation, so they have a track record, but it's not quite a renewal. So we kind of are trying to figure out how do we thread this needle around giving us the information that we need to make a decision, but not asking them, our operators, to restate an entire application that they may have submitted to their achievement school district. So what we did was we started with the standard application and pared it down to the sections that we felt like were most pertinent. And we are asking for operators to submit their original application as a part of this review, but also asking for them in multiple places to explain how things may change when they are, if they are authorized by the commission. So I just want to give you all a couple of examples of what that section would look like. So a great example to start with this is the enrollment section. So if a ASD school that currently may have some zoned area in which they traditionally pull from because of the schools that they transformed, if they're authorized by the Charter Commission, they become an open enrollment school, just like any other charter school in the state. So they can pull from any student within that geographic bound of that district. We need our schools to, number one, know that, right? And number two, tell us how that might change their enrollment. Do they anticipate some students no longer attending their school? Do they anticipate more students attending that school? Will that change the demographic population? So you'll see here that in this enrollment summary, we're asking schools to reflect on, as an open enrollment school, what will your demographics be? Where do you intend to pull students? And how will that change what your student population may look like? Similarly, other sections where we have kind of reference what they're currently doing, but tell us what may be different. Academic focus and plan. Is anything going to be different if you're authorized by the Charter Commission? The answer may be no, but we need to understand kind of how they're thinking through any sorts of academic focus changes under a new authorizer. Special populations. One of the key differences under the Charter Commission is that we do not have statutory authority to compel any local district to provide any services. That is something that is fundamentally different if you are moving from an achievement school district school to the Charter Commission. So we are going to be asking the operators to explain how will they adjust contracting on their own, either directly back with local districts or with external partners to provide any services, or are they going to bring that in-house? I know that differs depending on the operator, depending on what they do, but they need to understand that in particular, they will have to really think through those services and how they are going to be planning to provide services to students.
Tess, can I?
Yeah.
This is Wendy Tucker. Just so under the law, we are the LEA.
Correct.
Correct. And
Yeah.
so for federal legal purposes, the commission is the ultimate entity responsible for
Yep.
ensuring that students with disabilities receive free, appropriate public education. And then in those charter contracts, the charter schools agree to kind of take on that responsibility and the financial piece of that and everything else, which is why what you said, we don't have that power. So it's a really different thing if you're used to just having your district special educators come in, or speech therapists, or do the assessments or whatever. So I appreciate that you're doing this in this section. I guess my concern is there going to be a requirement that they've actually, like if they say, oh, we're just going to keep contracting with the district, is there going to be a requirement that they've actually talked to the district and
Right.
they just don't have
Yeah.
these pie in the sky ideas?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So I think a part of our pre-opening checklist, which again, it will look different that they're operating school. But a part of our process is to not only understand and get documentation from them, what services are they anticipating, and also particularly on the special populations front, they have to provide us copies of those contracts, so that I understand that may seem as an administrative burden, but we are the LEA, and there are things that we just have to know, and we have to know that you have an executed contract for certain. How are you anticipating to provide translation services? Do you have someone on staff? Are you contracting with an entity to do that? So that is how, not only in the plan we are asking them, but then in the pre-opening process we are following up with them as well. I want to make sure I keep on time. No, you're fine. Wanted to flag quickly in the operations section before we dive into the past performance section. Facilities. There's a whole section in statute around facilities. There are different pathways and timelines that an operator may be able to remain in their facility, under the current statutory charge of the ASD. If they were to renew with the commission, they then have 3 years, up to 3 years to lease, and then they have to buy. Long and the short of this section is we are asking them to tell us what they're doing with their facility, so that we can have a general understanding of what that looks like.
But
yes.
a test, but
Yeah.
in this case, we are not able to provide a facility, though.
Correct. That's
Which, again,
also as a part, right? Yeah.
Is a distinction from another local school district.
Yes, exactly. Additional operations, just wanted to point out, things on the back end are going to change. They're going to have to adopt the student information system of the Charter Commission, wanting them to, number one, acknowledge that. Number two, how are they going to plan for it? We anticipate there will be challenges that the schools will face. So we need to understand how they're thinking through the transitioning to a non-ASC authorizer. One part of this application that I didn't highlight, but I did want to mention, is that we're asking them, how are they engaging with their community? How are they engaging with parents? What has that process looked like to show that they are still support in that community for the school to continue in operations? So I wanted to spend the rest of this time just talking briefly about the portfolio and performance review section, because I think this is the bread and the butter of the application. So as our general counsel stated, there are 2 pathways that a school could be deemed eligible to come and apply to the Charter Commission. In our conversations with the Department of Education and the Achievement School District, we felt it was important for us to plant a flag around what are we looking at when it comes to performance if you are not in that priority exit status. And so here are the things that have called out that we will be looking at as a part of we call it the 2 pathways. If you are not priority exit status, here are the list of things that we are going to be looking at. We are going to be looking at a 3-year trend, but really taking a look at kind of your best 2 years of that 3 years, particularly because we've had a pandemic. We have lack of consistent accountability data. Chronic absenteeism rates this past year are not going to be reflective of a traditional school year. So here are the things that we are going to be looking at in terms of academic performance. Success rate of the school, that is a state-generated state accountability rate. Overall TVOS composite, so school growth, proficiency rates, chronic absenteeism rates, remand and expulsion rates, and if you are high school graduation rates. Yes.
This is Wendy Tucker. Is that going to be disaggregated for special populations, like groups for students in poverty, students with disabilities, EL students? So
we have not put that level of specificity in, but it's a draft, and we can happily put that in if that is something that you all feel like would be important. Okay.
I'm only one commissioner, but I feel like that would be important, and I think they have that data. It's not like they'd have to create it. They're reporting that data anyway, right? Through ESSA.
This is Commissioner Patterson. I think that's a good addition, and as you're going over this, I also do want to make sure that we're getting feedback from potential operators and existing operators. Certainly we don't want the tail to wag the dog, but we do want to get their insights on how they feel about these potential expectations.
Yes, and we are hopeful to have some public comment tomorrow from operators. We have circulated this with the Achievement School District. We've circulated with stakeholders, and specifically, like, I need people to focus on page 16, 15, and 16, right?
Exactly.
And so with that, I want to pull up quickly, because I know we where does the rubber meet the road around the rubric in this section? And I want to make sure that publicly and for you all to know that we had a collaborative conversation with the Department of Education and the Achievement School District in coming up with these thresholds to again, we don't want to be setting up a threshold that's too high, too low. Like, we needed to know, is this where folks need to be? Okay. So we are saying, y'all can see this is there here. So again, we're looking at a 2 or 3 year term. We are going to be looking at a school success rate is at or above the 10% and trending upwards.
It's really trending upwards. 10% is.
School level composite is a 3 or a 4, and growth is trending upwards.
4 or 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4 or 5.
5,
Yes,
4 or 5.
I was talking 4 or 5. That's correct. Thank you so much. Academic proficiency levels are at or above the ASC average based on the grade span that they are in. So we are going to be comparing elementary to elementary, middle to middle. Product absenteeism rates are at or above the ASD average over the last 3 years and trending downward. And remand and expulsion rates are at or above the ASD average over the last 3 years and trending downward. I think one note is, number one, we want to put in that we're comparing grade spans there. And I think Commissioner Tucker's note about ensuring that we have disaggregated data. So I will let you all reflect on any initial comments. And again, we'll have more conversation tomorrow with Dr. Carney. I will say we are trying to finalize this application in this rubric because we don't want to be publishing something October 1st for operators. I mean, our intent is to get something out early August so we can have webinars and really talk about this application and rubric with operators. But I reflect whatever you all as commissioners, and tomorrow we'll talk about this more. If you all want to say we're willing to push this until September the 1st because we want more time, but just recognizing I don't want to have a 4-week turnaround on an application for our operators when they're also busy doing other things.
And go ahead, Commissioner Tucker.
I was just going to say, I think that's fair, particularly, I mean, a lot of these folks are really, really trying hard to do right for kids and are struggling to do it, and adding burdens on top of it. Just, I agree with you 100%, giving them the time to be able to do it.
Yeah, I was just going to note that my hope is that other commissioners will have an opportunity to weigh in. My sense is the school's success rate will likely be the tough piece to discuss, and how we think about it. But I'll leave it there.
Okay.
But again, this is our first reading.
Yep.
We have plenty of time.
And I also want to note that here that we did include in this rubric that we want to make sure that reviewers use discretion when evaluating. You all can tell me whether or not you like that form or not, but I think we also have to realize the context in which we are trying to make decisions with not perfect data, and we're going to all have to just kind of figure out what that looks like. So.
This is Wendy Tucker. Is success rate, I mean, is that like kids who are on track, like at grade level? Is that basically what that means?
Is, and again,
simplified version?
It is basically like number of people tested versus academic proficiency divided by, I mean, there is a formula that determines your success rate. And that we will get that, I will have that formula ready for you all tomorrow.
And I think one part of the theoretical exercise as we move forward is, if we were to implement this, how many schools would be above the cut line and how many would be below, with the local context in mind? That would be a good
Yeah.
piece for us to evaluate.
And I know we have to go. I would love to see what Chairman Patterson mentioned yesterday. Listen to me. It was just a few minutes ago.
A few minutes ago.
Somehow in here, and I don't know, it looks like just looking at the context of the zone schools that the kids are, and how that plays in. So some sort of a comparison of success rates or something where, I mean, if there's a school where 11% of the kids can read at grade level, and next door there's or the zone schools, the kids are at 30%, I have a problem with that. But if you're at 11% and next door it's 3%, like, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? I feel like that context is important.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Okay. That exists.
Well, thank you very much, Tess. This is really helpful starter for the conversation for us. With that, again, thank you all for your attendance. Commissioner Tucker, thank you for your participation at the meeting of the Rules, Policy, and Governance Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter Commission. I also just want to acknowledge that we do have a couple of commissioners that are listening in with us. Thank you, commissioners, for joining us. And at this time, I would like to ask if there are any final comments from either staff or other commissioners. If there are no further comments, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
This is Wendy Tucker. I move to adjourn the meeting.
Terrence Patterson, second. I don't think we have any further discussion. Chase, could you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tucker
Aye.
votes aye, and Chairman Patterson
Aye.
votes aye. The motion is approved.
Great, thank you. The next meeting of the committee is scheduled for October 11th, 2021. This committee will also hold a rulemaking hearing prior to October. The date and time will be posted to the commission's website as soon as it's scheduled. I hope you all have a great afternoon, and I look forward to working with all of you at the full commission meeting tomorrow. We stand adjourned. That's right.
Welcome to the July 12th, 2021 meeting of the Business Operations Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. This meeting is being recorded and will be available after its conclusion via link on the Commission's website. As a reminder, all votes of the Commission are conducted via taking a roll call vote. Please be recognized prior to speaking, making a motion, or voting. I would like to welcome all of our commissioners back to our first in-person meeting since February of 2020. It is great to see everyone in person this afternoon. Before we begin today, I would like to introduce our newest commissioner, Jamie Woodson. She has been appointed by Governor Lee to represent the Middle Grand Division. Welcome to the Charter Commission, Jamie. We are thrilled to have you on our board. Chase, could you please take a roll call of the commissioners?
Commissioner Smith
Here.
is present. Commissioner Woodson is present. And Chairman Hanson
Present.
is present. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Today's agenda includes operations and finance updates. We will hear from the Executive Director's operational update and the proposed meeting dates for 2022. Melanie Harrell will provide an update on the fiscal 21 budget to actuals, as well as a revised budget for fiscal year 2022. We will conclude this meeting with a discussion of the Commission's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. Do we have any questions or comments on the agenda before we vote to approve? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Chase, please take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Smith
Yes.
votes aye. Commissioner Woodson votes aye. Chairman Hanson
Votes aye.
votes aye. There are 3 ayes. The agenda is approved.
Chase. The minutes of the meeting held on April 8th, 2021 have been provided. Does anyone have any edits to make regarding the prior minutes before we proceed? Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Chase, please take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Smith votes aye. Commissioner Woodson votes aye. Chairman Hanson
Aye.
votes aye. The minutes from April 8th are approved.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is an operations update from our Executive Director, Tess Stovall. Tess will also share the Commission's proposed 2022 meeting dates. Tess, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Tess Stovall. Great to see you all in person. I shared with you all a written report as a part of this committee's packet, but I'm going to give high-level overview of what's contained in that report. First, we will preview the conversation later on today around our fiscal year 2022 budget. In particular, I wanted to call out that when the General Assembly passed its budget in May of 2021, the Commission did see improvements in its budget, both in terms of the initial equity request that we had asked for to move some additional authorizer fee funds above the line to increase our staffing capacity as it relates to salaries. And then secondly, with the passage of the ASD exit legislation, the Charter Commission was given additional funds, kind of a bridge funding, to get us set up and to support any schools that may transition from the ASD, as well as given 5 additional positions for a total of 15 positions. We are currently working with the Department of Finance and Administration to actually actualize that budget, both what was passed by the General Assembly as well as the legislation around the ASD, and Melanie will be able to speak in more detail about where we are. But certainly that does change our forecast from a fiscal year 22 perspective, both in terms of revenue and expenses. I know that we had a deep conversation in April about we will be recognizing authorizer fee for the first time, and that's a very variable revenue source. So we are excited to have what we think is a much more stable budget, and I think a much more robust plan for FY22 that Melanie will be able to dig into. Secondly, and probably my most exciting update is for you all, we have so many more staff that are joining us. Not everyone's in the room, but we are excited that we have staffed up. We have hired since our 2021 meeting in April, Kelly Croneman, if you want to wave. She's our coordinator of special populations and federal programs. Our special assistant to the executive director, Drajon Cummings, who is manning the lunch area. And then our coordinator of data and operations, his first day, Lawrence Walker. We like to have first days to be big days, so we very excited for Lawrence to be here with us. We are actively looking for 2 additional positions right now. These would fill out the first 10 positions that we have been authorized by the General Assembly. So this is not taking into consideration the 5 additional positions we have. So we are looking for a federal programs administrator. That person will really lead a lot of the ESSER work. We will speak in much more detail at our school performance and accountability committee this afternoon, but that will be a significant lift for our staff in working through the ESSER money. And then secondly, we're looking for a director of authorizing. That person will lead all of our work in terms of application review, our ASD application review. So I actually have interviews later on this week with candidates for that role. And as I've mentioned, we have 5 additional positions that we were granted via the ASD exit legislation. This will be a part of the strategic planning work that we as a commission will do later on in the fall to really figure out where do we need to plug in those positions. And as well as when we think about what schools do we actually have that may be applying to and authorized from the ASD, that will play into where do we feel like those positions are of greatest need. One of the conversations that I know this committee has had over the year or 9 months that I've been with the commission is wanting to establish an MOU with the Tennessee Department of Education for the back office services that they are currently and have been providing to the Charter Commission. Before I was on board and when the commission was being set up, the Charter Commission was set up similar to the State Board of Education, where there are some back office services around basic HR onboarding, payment of bills that are done by the Tennessee Department of Education. We are looking to establish an MOU with the Department of Education to formalize what that looks like in the short term. Our general counsel is meeting with their general counsel to start hammering out that MOU. So that we will be able to report back to this committee in more formal detail. I think the long-term question for this commission is going to be what services, what things do we want to have and staff in-house versus where do we want to rely on other state agencies to support that work. And that's a bigger conversation that we're going to have to kind of wrestle with in terms of what makes the most sense for our expertise, our size, but also ensuring that we have the right level of independence and accountability. And Melanie can share with you the trials and tribulations of trying to get bills paid can be a challenge sometimes, but we are certainly working through that. I wanted to flag some current procurement activity. So since this last meeting, we have established either a contract or kind of established the purchase order invoice, some major things as it relates to our LEA functions. First and foremost, PowerSchool. This is our student information system. It has been transitioned from the state board to the Charter Commission, so it is fully under our wheelhouse at this point. EdPlan, which is the system that houses students' 504 plans, has been transitioned. The Tennessee Language Center, so we have to translate some of our policies and procedures as a district and have just the ongoing availability to access those services as needed. So we have established an agreement, or are working through an agreement with Tennessee Language Center. As of note, this is actually under the University of Tennessee now, so it will actually be an interagency agreement with that center. And lastly, Elevation. That is the system that houses students, English learner students, their individual learning plans, similar to an Easy IEP. It's a big system that we as a district decide to purchase, and then our schools are able to transfer and maintain those plans within that system. From an LEA setup perspective, we've had a lot of work going on in the last couple of months. We'll dive deeper into this in our school accountability, performance and accountability committee, but just wanted to highlight in things that you're going to see, particularly in the budget conversation that we're going to have in a few minutes. First, our LEA plan was approved by the Department of Education. This is a precursor to us being able to complete our consolidated funding application. The consolidated funding application is required by districts, and it's how districts get their Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV IDEA funds. So we as a district complete the application, we give schools allocations, they turn a budget into us, and then we consolidate and submit that to the Department of Education. We have completed that budget. It's been approved, which means schools are able to access those funds immediately as of July 1st. We've been in an ongoing pre-opening process with Nashville Collegiate Prep. You all were there today. We are in the final stages of completing that pre-opening process. One of the last things that we do as a staff is we'll do a final walkthrough when their building is completely finalized to ensure they have the appropriate emergency signage. There's child fine signage, like just all the required signage, their desk in the building, et cetera. We will do a final walkthrough with their staff before students go into the building. We have started our reporting calendar and published that with our schools. So this is throughout the school year, there are various reporting things that we need to know or get reported up to the Department of Education. So on a monthly basis, we have a list of requirements, documents, et cetera, that schools have to turn into us. This has been the practice that the State Board of Education has been using, and so we transferred that to the Charter Commission, and beginning August will be the first time that our schools are actually turning things in from a reporting calendar. And then finally, and this has been Melanie's labor of love, is that we transitioned the student information system and district technology from the State Board to the Charter Commission. I was checking in with her multiple times a day last week, check in, see how we were doing. Everything has gone as smoothly as one can. It is data, it is systems. There have been challenges, but I think we're in a very good place thus far. The last update I have before our Charter Commission meeting dates for 2022 is just an office space update. So the last conversation we had, you all as a committee approved the Charter Commission in terms of a long-term space moving to the 8th floor of Davy Crockett. That is still a go-forward basis. The thing I wanted to flag for you all today, and that will be a part of future conversations, is that there is a conference room on the 8th floor. It was previously, when Commerce and Insurance used that conference room, it was set up for them to be able to hold meetings there. We are in conversations with the State Board of Education to create that conference room such that it is co-owned by the two agencies. The two agencies would be the only two agencies that could use that meeting space, but it would be set up for our meetings for members of the public to attend, as well as for live streaming capabilities. There are some parts of the build out of that conference room that are a part of the massive switch and moving of all state agencies as it relates to Project Tetris, meaning we as an agency will not foot those bills. There are some things that we and the State Board will have to split in terms of microphones on the desk or some cameras. We are currently waiting to find out what those additional costs would be, such that we can ensure that they would be within our budget, and that you all as a committee sign off on that. I think Melanie has put some placeholders in some budget lines, kind of assuming, those additional costs. We don't have them yet. But I think it could be a great opportunity for us to have a dedicated space that we always can know we can reserve, both for our commission meetings, committee meetings, as well as any public hearings we need to have. And the last thing on that front that I did want to flag, and something that Melanie and I are talking through, is we are working with the Department of Finance and Administration to understand if we as an agency need to request additional rent money for FY23 for this move that's happening, or if the Department of General Services, as a part of this massive Project Tetris, will make one appropriations request. We will likely put into our budget request that we are seeing increased rent, and therefore we need to make sure that that is accounted for in our budget. But I wanted to flag that is an ongoing conversation. We have been told that there will be a general appropriation request to cover all of the agencies that are moving and shifting, but we do want to make sure that we are covered in terms of our long-term budget. And then the last thing that's been provided to you all is the 2022 commission meeting dates. These were sent out to commissioners for feedback and major flags. I think Commissioner Hanson, you were one of the commissioners that did have a conflict, but we will still be able to make quorum on the date that you wouldn't be able to be in attendance. So these dates are for you all's recommendation to the full commission. In accordance with commission policy, we have to approve the commission meeting dates for the next year by October 15th. So in the way I'm trying to advance calendaring and getting everyone squared away, we are bringing these to you all today. We have noted and tracked out as much as we humanly can any potential appeals that we might be receiving to ensure that we are hitting statutory deadlines. We are anticipating that the first quarter meeting in 2022 would be where we would hear any ASD applications. The second quarter meeting in 2022 would be hearing any renewal appeals. And then finally, our fourth quarter meeting in 2022 would handle our new start appeals. And with that, that concludes my update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Dave Hanson, any questions for Executive Director Tess Stovall? Thank you very much, Tess. I think the committee has found this update very helpful. I'm impressed with advanced calendaring and Project Tetris, the perfect name for moving lots and lots of people in lots of different places. Is there a motion to approve the commission meeting dates for 2022 and recommend adoption to the full commission? Any second? Chase, could we please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Smith?
Yep.
Votes aye. Commissioner Woodson? Aye. Votes aye. Chairman Hanson?
Votes aye.
Votes aye. The motion is approved.
Thanks, Chase. The next three items on our agenda today will be coming from our Director of Finance and Operations, Melanie Harrell. Melanie, can you please provide us with an update for fiscal year 2021 budget to actuals?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. These, both the cover memo that I will be kind of talking through high level, as well as the budgets themselves, were sent to you in advance as part of the packets. I'm also happy to pull these up if we need them to reference at any piece, but hopefully you guys have those and have had a chance to review those. The place that we'll start is, as we know, we are officially done with FY21 with an asterisk. I say that because we're not quite done closing out the books as a state, and we are still in the accrual and rollover period. So we have provided an update on the FY21 budget to actuals, which reflects where we were at year end, minus some things that we think will be coming kind of with the last closeout process. So for example, our last payroll had not yet hit when the budget was prepared, since state employees are paid on kind of a 2-week delay. And so we have those items that we anticipate will still be hitting the budget for FY21 coming out in the forecast, and those are outlined there. We also, as Tess mentioned, as part of her presentation, we have some accruals where based on when things were invoiced or when they need to be paid, we will have to wait actually until the state kind of finishes their rollover process to have those invoices paid. So those were also captured in that forecast as well. And then the other thing that I do want to flag, is I know we've had several conversations about this as a committee, is that we still have not yet been billed for our office space in Davy Crockett Tower. We are still in conversations with the TDOE about that. Our understanding from the latest is that they are working on it. They have the seating chart, and that we do anticipate that this will be kind of billed to us as part of their year-end close process. And so we've kept that in the forecast as about $19,000 that will hit our books before the year is officially closed. So as we discussed in some of our previous meetings as well, there is some variance when you kind of look at the nitty-gritty detail of the budget between the sort of quirks and how accounting will classify certain expenses and how we want to make sure that we have a transparent budget that the average person can access and understand. So we have kept those in mind as we think about planning for FY22. Hopefully trying to minimize the amount of manual crosswalking that we have to do between how expenses are classified and how they're showing up in our budget to actuals report, but also making sure that we are maintaining that accessibility and kind of the understandability of the budget. So we will be bringing kind of the final budget to actuals for FY21 after close at our October 2021 meeting, and then we'll be ready to move full steam ahead into FY22. So with that, I will pause. And does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, this is Eddie Smith. This is a question for you or for Tess. Just because she alluded to it, kind of help me understand what are some of the challenges that you're encountering with the DOE kind of taking care of some of the back-end office. Yeah, you've alluded to it a little bit just in the fact that we've been going on how many months without rent being charged to us. So
Yeah, so I think with the pandemic specifically as it relates to rent, my understanding was that kind of the internal seating chart had not been updated for TDOE since March of 2020 when everybody went home and has not yet fully come back. So that was one thing that we had to make sure that they were sorting out their piece of that to be able to understand how we fit into the overall billing that they get from general services for office space. So we have had conversations with them about that. I think our understanding is that that's been updated. It will be taken care of. So that has been just one challenge. I think when we think about procurement or accounts payable, that sort of thing, a lot of that is just that a new agency, when you have the individual person that may be responsible for kind of signing off and sending a let's say an invoice to be paid, they may not know that, for example, when Tess is no longer at the state board. So she has the authority to sign her invoices. So sometimes there were these sort of just areas where we needed to have shared understanding to make sure that we knew everybody was on the same page about moving forward. I do think this is an area where it's going to be important as we think through the MOU that we are pursuing with the department to make sure that we have kind of clarity around roles and responsibilities there to just sort of minimize the back and forth. Again, like the staff have been great at working with us. We're working through all of these issues. It's just sometimes, especially with, it used to be if you needed to sit down and talk with somebody, you walked upstairs and you talked to them, and you've lost some of that kind of FaceTime interaction that can lead to shared understanding. So those are some of the challenges that we faced. But again, I think we're working through them and are definitely excited to get more of those spelled out in this MOU.
So thinking through that, do we need to not make the decision, but do we need to start thinking about and start having conversations about what we look at bringing in-house? Because one of the things that I want to make sure that we don't have a problem of is anything that relates to any of our charter schools, that there's delayed payments getting to them for any reason, because that can adversely affect what's happening in a classroom.
Absolutely.
If there is we're going on 9-month delay of just getting billed for office space. So that could really be a detriment if you're encountering just billing issues. So what do we need to start talking about, thinking about, looking at as far as bringing some of that in-house to expedite the process?
Yeah, I think that is definitely a conversation that we are talking internally about and we will continue to have with you guys. I think as it's a large bureaucracy, there's a lot of moving pieces, and we want to make sure that we have the expertise and the capacity to bring in anything that we bring in-house to make sure that we can execute as a really high level. I think certainly there are probably other agencies, other entities that have lessons learned if they maybe leave the fold a little bit too quickly before they're ready. So we are looking really intentionally, especially as we're thinking about our budget, as we're thinking about ESSER, the big grant funding streams that we have coming down the pipeline, thinking really intentionally as well through the strategic planning process about where do we want to kind of devote that capacity. We have 5 positions.
Well, that was going to be my next question is, I'm looking at Tess now, just with those 5 positions, if, again, we have a lot of unknowns of what could happen with the ASD, is it worth having somebody that is very much looking at the financial aspect that could take on some of this and working within those 5 positions that would benefit the schools that we have total, not just the ASD schools?
So absolutely, I think Melanie and I have been in conversations of is the person we're hiring as it relates to the federal programs administrator, depending on the level of expertise that person comes in, if they have the capabilities, do they take on more of a financial manager role and I know Melanie loves the budget, but there's a lot of intricacies that she's kind of managing other people that this person could roll off of her and take on more of an ownership role overall on the finances. One of the other things that we are working through is because we are in the big state budget, technically a department unit, is that right? Department code?
Yeah.
A department code under the big K-12 we have to have the department's CFO sign off on our contracts to say, yes, we have the budget. So that's just one example of, even though like we own, like we know we're fine, because we sit under this K-12 bucket, there's a step that has to, like, we just need their signatures. And so that's an area where I think Melanie and I have talked about is, could we get to a place where even something like a contract or hiring form, can we sign our own documents? So the answer is yes.
All right, so who made the decision to put us under the K-12 bucket if we are an independent body?
So this was a decision that came when the budget was being set up for the Charter Commission when it was first established, probably in 2019.
And I think this is something that is managed primarily actually by Department of Finance and Administration. So this will also be something, and we are starting to have conversations with Finance and Administration as we, have more capacity. I think from the initial, certainly the initial look, this was a small agency. It's going to be working closely with the department. I think Department of Finance and Administration is very invested in making sure that agencies are set up with the appropriate controls and that there is the expertise to manage these things. So I think something else as we think about strategic hiring and what we need to fill as an agency, bringing in people that may have kind of broader expertise to be able to flex across a lot of different areas will be something important that we'll want to think about. So we have had conversations about, since the Federal Programs Administrator will be doing a lot of ESSER, that will obviously kind of scale back over time. Some of these other pieces will scale up over time. That may be an opportunity where we can kind of bridge that person across into more of a fiscal management, broadly speaking, type role, where hopefully I'm not, chasing down an accounts payable clerk and getting a vendor to, reissue an invoice the way that they wanted it, kind of getting less lost in the weeds on that sort of thing.
All right, one last question. This goes to the database. Since everything has migrated over from the state board to us, I just want to make sure that, is it a new system or did we just absorb the system that the state board had? And if we absorb the system the state board has, are we confident that everyone at the state board that had access through Edison, their access has been removed? Because I know the comptroller, that's one of the big issues the comptroller looks at, is people having access to stuff they're not supposed to have access to.
That's correct. And we will talk a lot more about this in the School Performance and Accountability Committee meeting, but the answer is it depends on which system you're talking about. So there are some systems where, so for example, Power School, we took the state board's instance and renamed it and got it associated with the correct district number, and then had that sync up with new entries in all the state systems for our district. So the kind of source of truth identifier that is used across most of these databases and any kind of reporting application is the district number. So we do have a new district number. In the case of Power School, we were able to just make the change in the system to update the files, and then have that talk, if you will, with EIS, EdPlan, Easy IEP. We did, as part of that transition, do a user audit to pull access pulled every single individual user, removed anybody that didn't need access, drafted a memo to district technology to make sure that the only people that were being switched over should have been switched over appropriately. So we have taken that level of user access review as part of the transition. The TDOE district technology team also helped us with that. And then we are also, I know which Commissioner Richards will be glad to hear when we talk about this more in our next committee meeting, kind of implementing and thinking through a process to do that regularly at a very regular cadence. And I know I'll be grateful to have Lawrence to help work with me on that process.
And then just, again, my history there is just make sure you print off all of that you just said so that the comptroller can easily see the steps that have been taken, just so that there's no audit findings.
Absolutely. That's a great flag.
And can I just add one more point to that? We mentioned this in our later committee meeting, but because there are closeout activities that the state board has to do for their fiscal year, school year, and for us startup, we establish a MOU with the State Board of Education to manage basically these transition work, right? So there are some things that, for example, the annual report for school year 2021 is the state board's. So they still have to have access to some information to finalize that report. So in order to ensure that all of our bases were covered, we were clear as to who was owning what and what agency. We did establish that basically a transition MOU with the state board that covers a lot of these points as well.
Mr. Chairman, Jamie Woodson, and I think you all mentioned the timeline for the MOU with DOE is going to be the fall. Did I hear that, or am I making that up?
We have a meeting with their general counsel this week to start the process.
Okay, got it. And do you have a goal for when that process will conclude?
My goal is as soon as possible.
And in a world where as soon as possible has a date or a quarter attached to it, what would your best guess be?
My
for
goal
when
would
that
be
might
at the October Business Operations Committee meeting. We have something for you all to review.
That's very helpful. And so general counsel, the second question is sort of who the decision makers are and peers at TDOE that you'll be negotiating with. Is it general counsel's office? Are there other key decision makers?
So I have been in communication with the Commissioner of Education about our desire to establish this MOU. She has delegated that to her general counsel. And so therefore I have our general counsel setting up a meeting and to discuss those parameters. I think the primary areas that we work, kind of those back office services that we want in the MOU are HR. So Lawrence, his first day is today. In terms of we are hiring someone new, the HR paperwork actually runs through the department. So we want to get that clarified as to what do we own, what do they own. The other is around accounts payable. And what's really interesting is actually the employees that we most work with on accounts payable are actually Department of Finance and Administration employees who've been put in agencies. So they're technically F&A employees and not TDOE employees. But we want to make it clear that we are, how do invoices get paid? How do contracts get executed? What do we as an agency take on from a responsibility versus you are in essence our fiscal agent. So we are working through, because those are the big two areas that I think we want to just get clear on. And to be frank, this is how it's been operating for the last 18 months. But we just feel like it's important that we establish those guardrails, establish the agreement, so that we know when there are issues, we have an agreement to refer back to. I think in the larger conversation, I think to Commissioner Smith's point of view, there are smaller agencies that do contract back directly with the Department of Human Services. I'm sorry.
DOHR.
DOHR, big HR as they like to call it in the state world. Department of Human Resources, contract back with Department of Finance and Administration for basically the things that we go through the TDOE for. So I think a bigger conversation for us is finding out what does that relationship look like? How much does those relationships cost so that we can weigh, how we want to move forward in the long term.
Tess, that's really helpful, and it actually leads to my last question, which is, what's the appropriate role for either this committee chairman, the commission chairman, if you all ideally would be coming in October with a recommendation? Because it does feel like there are sort of short-term, immediate things that need to get cleared up, and to the extent that you need support, I strongly support the idea of clarifying the role in a formal MOU. I think that's really smart for everybody. And secondly, I just wonder, what's the appropriate role of this committee, of the chairman and the commission before we receive a final draft to approve? And so you don't have to have the exact answer today, but would love to know what that looks like so that it's not, here's where we landed and we need your approval. And I'd love to have a little bit of a advance notice on that. That'd be super.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions on FY21 before we roll into FY22?
these will be ongoing. I'm sure we can revisit some of these topics throughout. I will go ahead and pull this this up if I can grab it, just to make sure that we are referencing the correct revised budget. So this was also sent out, and as part of your as part of the information that was sent and shared via SharePoint. So we have brought a revised FY22 budget today that reflects kind of the latest and greatest estimates we have on BEP rate, student enrollment, authorizer fee estimates, and getting very clear on our revenue. So some of the additional items that are in here is the new state recurring fund that we received as part of the ASD transition legislation. As Tess mentioned in her update, that is kind of a stabilizing force. I know the last time you guys saw this budget, it was a very tight squeeze. So we have a little bit more breathing room with sort of the increase in the enrollment estimate, some increases in the BEP estimate being provided, and then also the additional state funding appropriated to us by the legislature. So based on sort of committee feedback in April and at previous committee meetings, we have added some additional categories and gotten a little bit more detailed in our operational or quote unquote below the line costs. These are to get hopefully a slightly better match with how state accounting is coded. So things like rentals and insurance, our copier we found out hits there. And so those are some of the items that we see popping up that weren't very well captured in the previous budget, and they can kind of get lost in the shuffle. And so we have also added this other category. This is not meant to be confused with a slush fund or any kind of miscellaneous expenses. This is actually just meant for the purposes of our presentation to capture some of the very otherwise immaterial nuances that get put onto our bills. So there is, for example, I think a 36-cent a month charge that is its own special line item that we get every month. There's another, $4.70. So these are very small dollar expenses usually that may not fall totally super well in some of these other categories for different, primarily different shared services that we share across a variety of state agencies. So we have budgeted most kind of notably an increase in the state agency services line item, which counterintuitively includes a lot of technology items. You would think it would go in kind of a technology specific category, but it doesn't necessarily. So what this is primarily a placeholder, as Tess talked about with our new conference room and our new office space on the 8th floor of Davy Crockett. We wanted to budget very conservatively to think through the different technology needs that we may have to outfit that room. So things like live streaming cameras, we know we'll need those. There will be microphones added to desk, things like that. We wanted to make sure that we have kind of a comfortable placeholder for that in the budget. Again, we're still waiting to hear back with some estimates on those items. I think this is probably a very healthy budget for that. But this would also include the standard kind of regular back office support items that we get billed for from the department for shared services. So that is one item where there has been a pretty substantial increase based on this move to Davy Crockett Tower. Another thing that we have added to this compared to the April budget that we presented is we have added two different district set-asides that are based on ESSER funding. So the first is based on a lot of encouragement from both the U.S. Department of Education and the TDOE. There's being strongly recommended that districts hold a piece of their ESSER funding for administrative oversight, monitoring, support, things like that. So we are holding that to help, especially with some of the reporting requirements, which are, we're still waiting to hear what exactly these are going to be, but we've been told that they will be significant, and to prepare for them to be significant and to make the investments and build the capacity early on to make sure that you can meet the pretty extensive requirements that we anticipate there. We've also set aside some money for summer learning programs from ESSER. As a LEA in Tennessee, based on some of the legislation from the special session, we also have an obligation to ensure that all of our students have access to a summer school program that meets the legislative requirements. This is a little bit tricky because we are not a district that would typically directly offer those services ourselves. So this is to give us some flexibility to be able to think through this may be passed through to the schools if they decide to ultimately have their own program. It may be, we may want to partner with another district or another entity. So this is just to really give us some money set aside to make sure we have the breathing room to make sure we can implement a strong summer programming initiative. And then I think that is the only sort of significant changes from the April budget. Are there any questions about any of the items on this list or any of the changes that have been made?
So looking at this, the $566,000 surplus, the 5 positions that Tess was mentioning earlier, would that need to come out of that surplus?
We have actually built the anticipated salaries for that into our above the line expenses. So we do have now, that is with some conservative hiring estimates. It is possible that we may need to revisit this if we think that we need to kind of front load some hires sooner than we think we're going to. So this is sort of, these salary dollars are based on kind of the current cadence of when we're expecting people to be hired, when we're expecting them to start. But we do, of course, have some leeway in the surplus to make that work. When we talk about FY23, our FY23 preliminary budget, we were looking very intentionally at the salary equity dollars and how we have to hold that equity year over year, which is sometimes difficult to capture cleanly in the budget. So this is a little bit more conservative to keep in mind the kind of growth that we need from the equity between FY22 and FY23.
Dave Hansen. So just a question on sort of connecting with what Eddie just asked. The $295,000 from this last year and the $566,000 for fiscal 22. We don't roll that, right? That has to go back to Mothership?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
That reverts to the general fund.
Okay, helpful.
Melanie, can you speak to the fact that we're kind of around the authorizer fee, and if some of that 560 is authorizer fee, that will revert back to our schools?
That's correct. So thank you, Tess. So we do have a higher authorizer fee estimate. And again, this is a little bit weedy to capture the budget. The authorizer fee can only be used for very specific authorizing related functions. So those are supports that are most directly going to our schools, which is the way it should be. So there is, depending on how this shakes out, if there's a surplus that is really driven by the authorizer fee, that money would actually go back to the charter schools in the form of a refund to them. I think typically the state board has had usually some refunds that have been made to their charter schools in the past. So a piece of that kind of surplus would also be reflecting that return to the charter schools.
So on that, I'm going to go back to something that Tess, you'll remember me asking in your interview. If we've got the excess funds, and I haven't seen the 23 yet, so we'll look at that here in a second, but if we're going to have to give some of it back, can we look at then starting to implement very slowly, very conservatively, a authorizer fee reduction for schools that are extremely high performing or meeting way above the benchmark of what we're expecting?
Yes, and that is actually also something that we've talked about long term, especially now that we have, as we talked about extensively in April, there was a lot of uncertainty around the authorizer fee, and it's our most important but kind of unstable revenue source that we have. So with the new funding from the legislature, with some of these other funding streams that brought in more stability, I think that is definitely something that we can think about as we move forward. Is there a way to reduce it from a percentage of their funding to a flat dollar fee, kind of similar as it might be for other charter schools in the state where it's capped at a certain amount. So that is something long term that as we think about, if we're finding we have surpluses, if we're finding we're in a good position, that is definitely something we want to think about long term.
And on that, I would maybe recommend that we don't look at a flat dollar amount, but we would say, in this year, you were at 3%, but because you were above this, in the next fiscal year, we're lowering you to 2%, but we're keeping everybody else at 3%, so that there's just kind of, we know where it's going to be so we can budget for it. But it's based off of how those schools are performing so that there's an incentive for them to continue to go above and beyond and reach higher benchmark. And I mean, I wouldn't say we'd ever get it to 0, but we'd try and get it as low as humanly possible, because if they're meeting the needs, the students are learning, and that's what we're here for.
The only other thing is, and maybe Melanie, you're going to get to this, but wanted to kind of give this committee, bring up to speed on the gear funds and how that
Yes.
is
So
baked into this budget. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a footnote on here about gear funding. As part of the ASD transition bill, the department did commit $500,000 in federal gear funding to support this transition for the ASD. We are just kind of getting more clarity around what that will look like, and have started the process of actually creating kind of a budget and a document for the interagency agreement with the department for those gear funds. The intention of these funds were really to offset the amount of the state recurring dollars that were being used to fund this transition. That's, how it was certainly committed to the legislature. So the expectation is that we're using that funding to reduce the amount of the state recurring dollars that we're taking for the next 2 years for the ASD transition, with the hope that then as we scale and kind of have more revenue, that will all start to even out as well. So that is also in process. It is something that we're working with Dr. Carney and her team on, and we are actively getting kind of taking additional steps and getting more clarity in that at this time.
Thank you, Melanie and Tess, for the additional information, and I know we'll be keeping a close eye on these projections moving forward. And thanks to Jamie and Eddie for the thoughtful questions on both the 21 and 22 budget. Before we move on, are there any other questions or comments about either of the budgets? Is there a motion to approve the revised budget for fiscal year 22 and recommend adoption to the full commission?
So moved.
Is there a second? Chase, could we please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Smith?
Yep.
Votes aye. Commissioner Woodson? Aye. Votes aye. Chairman Hansen?
Aye.
Votes aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you. The final item on our agenda is a discussion of the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. Melanie, could you please give us the proposed budget?
Yeah, I feel like this is Melanie Harrell. I feel like we just got through with FY21 and we're already talking about FY23. So here we are. So based on kind of our most current estimates, enrollment projections, we have drafted a preliminary FY23 budget for your review. So this is based on the timeline by which we actually have to start submitting and thinking about FY23 budget requests. So the budgeting process never ends. The sun never sets on it. And so we are asking for initial approval for this preliminary FY23 budget, and we will bring a revised budget following the same timeline that we did with FY22 at the October meeting. So some of you'll see, to your point, Commissioner Smith, in your earlier question, the increase in salary dollars is baked in here, where we kind of are seeing how that equity is being accessed over time as those positions are hired and grow. We will have at least 6 authorized schools, we believe, at that point, so our enrollment will be considerably higher. And so those are some of the major assumptions that are driving the revenue in this budget. Another key thing to note here is that we are using the same BEP rate for that we have for FY22 to drive these assumptions, so we're not kind of building in any growth or anything like that. We're assuming, again, pretty conservatively, that amount would stay flat. So again, this is very preliminary. We will be working a lot with the Department of Finance and Administration to submit any necessary adjustments to make sure that we have our FY23 budget requests all worked out, and we will share more information at the October meeting.
It's me again. So between now and October, is there any chance, I know the commissioner is not going to want to commit to anything, but I think it would be good if we had a general ballpark of the number of schools she's thinking about transitioning. She may not have the specific schools, but she should have a pretty good idea by then of the number of schools, because I think that may changed that quite a bit. I mean, 6 is a very conservative, that's assuming no schools transition. We could be upwards of 16 if she were to transition 10 over. So that's, I think it would, if we could just get a ballpark idea from the commissioner by our October meeting, so we have some better numbers, because that'll be the last meeting we have before we get into the next legislative session starting.
Yes, absolutely. And I think Dr. Carney is going to talk about some of that, I believe, in her presentation to the whole commission tomorrow. But we certainly continue. I know Tess and Dr. Carney have regular check-ins about this. And so we will, I feel confident that we should be able to provide some more information by October, and we'll keep you updated as that process advances.
And the only other thing, depending on timeline of this committee, I know that we don't have another committee starting until 3. If you all would like to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the proposed ASD application and rubric, if we have time and at the will of the chair, that may help spur some conversation in advance of tomorrow as well. But I leave that up to you all of kind of where we are. Happy to share. We talked about that at the Rules and Policy Committee. Happy to bring that up with you all as well if we have time.
And I was here for that discussion. Let me ask this question, and it's something you may not have the answer to. I know the ASD is currently undergoing a search for a new superintendent for the ASD. With those schools potentially transitioning out, what does that look like for the superintendent? Would that superintendent transfer to us to continue operating the schools? Would the schools still consider to be part of the ASD if they're transitioning to us? And if what happens to that position within the ASD for the superintendent?
So, and I've asked Dr. Carney to speak specifically to this question tomorrow, but certainly that position would not automatically transfer to the Charter Commission. Once those schools have, if they were approved and authorized by the Charter Commission, they would fall under our jurisdiction. I think the intent of that position is acknowledging there will still be schools both currently within the Achievement School District as well as additional schools depending on future priority lists that enter the Achievement School District, that position would be held to oversee that program. That would be separate and distinct from the work of the Charter Commission.
All right, so since we're going to dive into that question, into this thing. So the schools coming from the ASD historically have been lower performing, lower percentage rate of students reading on grade level. The benefit of the ASD is the fact that there were specific interventions and things to help schools succeed. In these 5 positions, do we have enough in there to be able to still provide them that very direct support to help them continue to improve, to see those students strive to succeed, while also supporting the other higher performing schools that may be different than what's transitioning over from the ASD?
So I think the answer to that is yes, and we will need to see what schools end up being authorized and approved by the Charter Commission and what their specific needs are. I think we have the intention of continuing to build out the team based on the needs of the Charter Commission and those schools. And I think 2 things that we'll have to think about: number 1, staffing, and what does that look like? And then also number 2, we are going to have to think about the commission's performance framework and how are we setting up all schools in the Charter Commission's portfolio for success. And does that mean that we need to look at how we are evaluating academic proficiency comparison across schools, such that we don't want to authorize, we don't want to lower the bar, but also we don't want to authorize a school that's ultimately not going to be successful in our performance framework without, a miracle from above. And so, yes, and I think we need to see we're doing the initial part right now to set out the groundwork. And then as we get through the fall and into, I think, both schools applying to us and as a work of our strategic planning process, we'll be able to say, okay, in 3 years, where do we need to be as it relates to staffing, goals, school portfolio, et cetera.
And then from the last committee, when you all started getting into it, we are not set up to support school facilities, school buildings. Going down that road, 3 years of what a school that transitions out has the ability to lease, and then they have to look for space. obviously, the schools, when they appeal to us or apply to us, they have to build that into that's part of the rubric. What are we looking at, I guess, in the future? I know I'm asking you to look into a crystal ball here, but I mean, in your best estimate, what do you think we're looking at for these schools assuming 10 were to transfer to us, that we were to approve and everything? What are some of the logistics that we're looking at, challenges and things as it relates to schools?
So I think the biggest challenge is going to come in Melanie's shop around district operations, because that is where we will see an increased need to have positions that are more specialized, simply because we have more work. Let's take the position we have currently, our special populations and federal programs coordinator. If we have increased schools, we may need to look to separate out those two massive pieces, incredibly important pieces of work, into two different roles. Similarly, the finance staff, when we look at the district operations that the ASD has, they have multiple folks who are handling federal programs and kind of the grant management, et cetera. We will need to see where do we need to land. I hate to say it's a wait and see, because we don't want to staff up and have nothing for people to do, but we also want to make sure that we are ahead of the game. And so similarly eager to see the potential, the number, right? So that we can start planning, start anticipating, and start making sure that we are both from a staffing perspective set up for success, but that our systems are set up for this implementation as well.
Quick question on, you mentioned the strategic planning process, the performance framework, and then we've got the budget in front of us now that is obviously going to change. So can you talk through a little bit how those time and scaffold to a point? Yes. Thank you.
So from a strategic planning perspective, tomorrow we are talking about the first part of that, which is our mission statement, which we're excited to share with you all and get feedback on. Coming out of that, rolling out of that, we are going to be developing and giving you all an opportunity for feedback on core values / principles. And then the intention is, and what Chair Griscom and I have talked about, is to hold a December retreat for the commission to establish those, 3 to 5 year goals. At that point, we will have a much more certainty around what schools may be applying from the ASD, what our budget looks like. And that is an opportunity that once we have a foundational mission statement, core values, and we know what the budget's going to look like, we will then be able to say, and then based on where we want to be in 3 years, what are the goals that we need to establish?
Melanie, could you please add a footnote to the budget anywhere we assume a miracle from above? And then, Tess, could maybe we have a separate conversation about the dynamic between the authorizer fee and the surplus that you mentioned in passing, just so we can have a better understanding as committee members, like how that tension works and what options we could have around Eddie's question around rebates or incentives or things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we can do, Melanie, in October, we can give a trend data around refund amount from the state board, give you all a sense of what that has been, and also how we are kind of, if you could double click on that authorizer fee revenue, how we are thinking about where is that going towards in the budget versus kind of things that we're assuming would be a state revenue, so that we can have a deeper conversation on that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Melanie or Tess before we take a vote on the 2022? Thank you, Melanie, for all your work on the budgets, all of 21 and 22 and 23. Is there a motion to approve the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023 and recommend adoption to the full commission?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Chase, could we please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Smith?
Yep.
Votes aye. Commissioner Woodson?
Aye.
Votes aye. Chairman Hansen?
Aye.
Votes aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you all for your attendance and participation at this meeting of the Business Operations Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. This time, I would like to ask if there are any final comments.
I just want to say it's great to have your witty personality in person.
I guess I should have asked for serious comments. If there are no further comments, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second? Thank you. Chase, please take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Votes aye. Commissioner Woodson? Votes aye. Chairman Hansen?
Aye.
Votes aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you. The next meeting of the Business Operations Committee meeting is scheduled for October 11th, 2021. Look forward to seeing you at the full commission meeting tomorrow morning. We are adjourned. I feel like this is back to like kindergarten where it's like you have your take home folder.
Well, the intention is that we want to continue to review.
Testing severity.
charter run, 3 direct runs that they're expiring this year. How many are in the next batch to expire? I've seen that, I just don't, I can't recall it off the top of my head. Can any of those, so then the next question is, I know that we have 3 direct run charter schools. Are any of those looking at any problems with their local LEA that may be?
That's why I guess that's my question. I know it's, they've got them, right? What does this commission?
That's why I asked the question.
She, in the middle of, business operations, she took the words to this call, so I don't know if she just haven't made it back together.
It's that 26 page.
Yeah, it's 26.
Yes, but at the very end. Basically, that is currently proposed.
Just where my question came from, which is if they're not allowed to use any of the ready data for the last 2 years, what measures are they using to determine level 4, level 5 to make that determination of what they're electing to us? That's where the rubber meets the road. Because it can't adversely affect the school. According to the legislation, which is passed. What are those schools go? Our zone school, which they have, what proficiency is their zone school compared to the? I mean, they may be, they could be a 15, a 15 school, but if they're going to a 50 school, but get that at all.
What are their other choices? They can apply for their local.
Teacher John, they are interested in a ride to cars or hotels, so I think if Barry can.
We can talk about more tonight. I'm just trying to get.
I can take them
Oh.
to Terry.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry, John, future question, there will be 3 in the next one. Up to 10 years.
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily go through cars. Right. Right.
Yeah. But if they've got time left,
Well done, Mr. Chairman.
they can still be a charter school, which just may not be, like, if they're moving out of it.
Chase, the script that's in my book, is it the same one you sent
We
me?
want to transition them
Okay,
away
good.
from
Y'all need
ASD.
notes on it.
We say we're not gonna take
Go
them.
back and make 2 notes.
Okay.
Right.
The one you've got is the same thing.
See you all, Mike. Thank you.
See you later.
Yep, yep.
Safe travels.
Is she coming on the screen?
No, I'm trying to cover the next meeting. So, I will see you then.
Because the question I was asking, you know,
Oh, so you'll be there, Chris?
Well, that's what my name is.
Okay. I'll be there. I'll be there. Okay.
I wanted to know how to do this.
Try not to rock the boat.
No, I'm with you.
Don't want to do any blocks.
As I was picking up your
Hey, Tess.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the July 12th, 2021 meeting of the School Performance and Accountability Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. I would like to welcome this committee back to our first in-person meeting in over a year. It's nice to have us all in the room together, and we are excited to be back. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded and will be available after its conclusion via link on the Commission's website. Also, as a reminder, all votes of the Commission are conducted by a roll call vote. Please remember to be recognized prior to speaking, making a motion, or voting. Chase, will you please take a roll call of the Commissioners?
Commissioner Sisnet
Here.
is present. Commissioner Griscom
Here.
is present. Chairman Richards
Here.
is present. Chairman Richards, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Today's agenda will consist of 4 report items for committee members. First, we will hear from Tess Stovall, and she will provide the committee with a school operational update for the 21-22 school year. After, Melanie Harrell will present an LEA operational update for the body, and one of the newest additions to the staff, Kelly Kroosman, will provide an overview of the Commission's consolidated funding application. We will close out this meeting with an ESSR funding update from Melanie. Does anyone have any comments to make regarding the agenda before we move to approve? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Commissioner Sisnet, so moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Chase, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sisnet
Aye.
votes aye. Commissioner Griscom
Aye.
votes aye. Chairman Richards
Aye.
votes aye. The agenda is approved.
Thank you. The minutes of the committee meeting held on April 8th, 2021 have been provided. Does anyone have any edits or comments to make regarding the prior minutes before we proceed?
No, this is Commissioner Sisnet. I don't. I'd make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Griscom, I will second.
Chase, will you please take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Sisnet
Aye.
votes aye. Commissioner Griscom
Aye.
votes aye. Chairman Richards
Aye.
votes aye. The minutes from the April 8th meeting have been approved.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is a school operational update from our Executive Director, Tess Stovall. I'd like to recognize Tess to provide this report to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go ahead and pull up the PowerPoint for you all. So I'm excited to be able to provide this update to you all really in weeks in advance of the school year starting. The intent of this update is to go over the 4 schools that we have in operation in school year 21-22, give you a highlight of where they are in terms of student enrollment, BEP, their priorities, as well as do a brief touch base on our charter school appeals and upcoming work on that front. So first, the first authorized charter school that I'm going to talk about today is Bluff City High School. This is our charter school operated by Green Dot in Memphis. They are projected to have a student enrollment of 590. They are fully built out at this point. They had their first graduating class this May. As I note on the slide, they had 135 graduates this summer, so we're really excited for them. I wanted to note here that their maximum charter enrollment in their charter agreement is 616, so they're well within the range of what we would hope to see in terms of their enrollment stability. Their focus for the year, staffing, as always, finding out who is returning, who do they need to staff up. They continue to build out their facility. One of the big things that they're hoping for is to be able to build some a gym, soccer fields on or around their campus. As you all can imagine, particularly for a high school, having access to those types of facilities on their campus is really important, I think, for their long-term student retention. They did test TN Ready assessments. We will find out soon how those assessment data looks both for their district, the district as a whole, as well as the state. One of the things that Dr. Carney will talk about tomorrow is the threshold of whether or not schools hit 80% of students tested. That's going to be a key threshold that we will find out both for our schools, but also, for the Achievement School District schools and other schools in the state. KIPP Antioch College Prep Elementary, we were there earlier today. As you all can see, there's a lot of pieces and things moving at KIPP Antioch. They are projecting to have 566 students. They are approved in their charter agreement for 750 students total. They are continuing to add grade levels as they are growing out. So it makes complete sense that they are still at 566. So next year they will serve grades kindergarten through third. For those of you who saw that facility today, the elementary school will house all grades K through 3. And as I'll mention in the next slide, the middle school on that campus will be moving to their new facility. As they continue to build out, their focus will be on hiring new staff, as well as the first time that the school will be taking TN Ready assessments will be the upcoming school year, as they will have third grade. So although we've been tracking and working with them on their internal assessments, it'll be great to see what their students do on the TN Ready assessments. And just the latest update for you all to know is that the Department of Education intends for EOC and high school testing to be online in the school year 21-22. The lower grades TN Ready assessment will continue to be on paper. The middle school, KIPP Antioch College Prep Middle School, they will be approximately 396 students. Again, they are continuing to grow grades, so their maximum enrollment in their charter agreement will be 544. They will be serving grades 5 through 7 in their new facility. And again, as I reflected in the KIPP Antioch Elementary, onboarding their new staff for their new grade levels, and they did take their TN Ready assessments this spring, so we'll be anxiously awaiting what those assessments look like. I will note that this is the principal that has been recognized as one of the top 9 finalists for the State Principal of the Year by the Department of Education. And the new school that is opening with the Charter Commission is Nashville Collegiate Prep. Commissioner saw this facility this morning. Their projected enrollment for school year 21-22 is 333. In particular, I note that this is a decrease from the enrollment that they included in their charter application for year 1, which is 470. Because this is such a significant decline in what their projected enrollment will be, we had a meeting with them last week where we asked for a revised budget and to see how are they going to be ensuring that their academic program is aligned to what was approved in the application. On a go-forward basis, we will be receiving monthly financial updates from them. And their governing board will be meeting monthly to keep a close look on what does their student enrollment look like, what does their budget look like, so that we can be in close communication on that front. They are planning to open grades K through 5 in year 1, which is a significant feat for any charter school, particularly in a pandemic. We are anxiously awaiting to see what students, actually enroll in the building and what their first year operations look like. Highlights for them, hopefully have an opening with a strong enrollment, staff the school in support of their academic program, and just start off the academic and operations of the school well. And I will pause there before I dive into other parts. Yes?
Thank you. A question around just their BEP allotment as compared to KIPP. Their BEP allotment, they're similar.
Yes.
So then I have a question around just how they expect to mitigate that shortfall of enrollment. This is it's not insignificant,
Yes.
as you mentioned. And then what does it look like going forward if their enrollment continues to be that low?
Absolutely. And so I will share high level what I heard from the conversation we had, and then Melanie or Ashley, you all were also on that call, so if I forget something, let me know. So first, I think they will be mitigating the enrollment by, number one, not staffing completely based on what they had in the application. So they're really trying to be as thoughtful as they can around, we have one classroom of fifth graders, therefore we need one fifth grade teacher. If they get enough enrollment such that they would need a second classroom, that's when they would trigger the second teacher. So I think staffing is one big thing. Secondly, they do have a small loan from their charter management organization that they can flex if they need to be able to access more resources or not. Third, the influx of ESSER 3.0 money. They are receiving an ESSER allocation. The budget that we saw and discussed in July, or early July, did not include that ESSER 3.0 allocation because of the way that their approvals work. So certainly we are going to, I think they will see a surplus in their operating funds. We asked them kind of what does it look like? When are you planning to revisit your budget? I was happy to report that their governing board will be meeting monthly, regularly getting budget updates, and we'll be looking really at that late August, early September enrollment to determine what additional staffing needs, either up or down, that they need.
Tess, when they look at the shortfall, what do they attribute it to? And do they look at the 544 number and say we may need to revisit the overall number at some point?
Sorry, I realized I was on those slides. 470.
Yeah, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Yes, I understand. So I think that they attribute the shortfall in enrollment to, number one, the pandemic. Number two, getting their facility late. They finalized their facility in March, and understanding that it takes time to get, word out. I also think that they are a new operator in Nashville, so people don't necessarily know who they are. So they've had to do some groundwork to get kind of the word of mouth around. In our regular pre-opening conversations, we ask them very specific questions of how many applications have you received, what's your enrollment rate, kind of who's officially enrolled, who's in the enrollment process, such that they do feel good about this 333 number. I think that what we have discussed both internally in the staff and then shared with this school is that we will continue to monitor their enrollment, particularly this year and then going into next year, to determine if we as a charter commission want to trigger an amendment conversation to their charter agreement. Because we do have the provision in the charter agreement that subsequent years in which they are falling below their maximum enrollment, we as a charter commission can say, this is a material change. We need you to amend your charter agreement. I think, we recognize it's their first year. There's a lot trying to happen, but we also know we want to make sure they're set up for success. Those students are set up for success from both an operational perspective and a financial situation.
So from a financial standpoint, with this much of a shortfall, that if you had to readjust it, they would have to readjust their financial piece as well, correct?
That's correct.
Make sure that this is on a solid financial ground.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Tess. We really appreciate the opportunity to visit two of these schools today. I think it was very helpful for all of us, and I know it was hard working for you and the staff.
Great. Yes, thank you very much. The last thing I wanted to leave this committee with is a preview of New.Start appeals. We still have 5 charter school applications that are in the process of making their way through the local districts. So right now we are watching, waiting, and seeing what local districts do to determine how many appeals we might receive. The update that is not included on this slide is that Metro Nashville Public Schools, they are voting on their 2 charter applications tomorrow night. That's Tuesday. So we will know this week the disposition of those 2 applications, and we'll begin having conversations with both the sponsors and district should those applications be denied. Fayette, Williamson, and Rutherford County are still considering those applications. We anticipate that the Charter Commission will receive any New.Start appeals by early August. I do want to put a big asterisk around Rutherford County. the Board of Education in Rutherford County asked the Department of Education for a waiver from the 90-day timeline to vote on the initial application. Therefore, it is very possible that this application will not, if it's denied, and I mean, they are still many steps away from being able to appeal to the Charter Commission. So I want to put a big flag out for everyone that it may be that we have to have a special called meeting later in the fall if this appeal comes in outside of our timeline for everything else. We will, once we receive an appeal, we will have 75 days to vote on any appeal. We intend to do those votes at our October meeting. We will have a special call meeting in September in order to review ASD permanent and emergency rules. At that meeting, Ashley and I plan to do a training with you all on how to review a New Start application appeal, how to review a record, so that you are prepared for that conversation. And so we will certainly be keeping you all up to date as districts make decisions on applications and what we are receiving so that you all can be prepared. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take additional questions.
I don't hear any other questions. Thank you. Item 2 on our agenda is a presentation from Melanie Harrell to update the committee on our LEA operations. I'd like to recognize Melanie to provide that update.
Thank you, Chair Richards. I'm Melanie Harrell. So I know when we met at our last April committee meeting, we were anxiously awaiting our July 1 transition to becoming a official district in the state of Tennessee, and that date is now passed, and we are officially official. So we're very excited to be updating you on these operations, on where we stand, on how some of these transition items have been going, and to kind of talk through our next steps as a district. Also super thrilled, I don't think he's been introduced enough yet today, but to have Lawrence joining our team as our coordinator of data and operations. He'll be certainly instrumental in helping us with this work. So just as a quick reminder, these are kind of our big buckets that we have to manage as an LEA. So we have general operations, human resources, finance, federal programs, special populations, data management, and test administration. So to give you a general update on kind of where the work stands in some of these buckets, we have finalized our LEA policies and procedures. We've still been conducting monthly check-ins with state board staff about this transition. All transitioning charter agreements have been finalized. Excitingly, the district and school directory entries went active on July 1st, which again kind of mark us being official. We have our 2 coordinators hired to help us with these work streams, and then we have finalized the MOU with the state board on this transition, outlining some pieces where they need some access to complete their school year 2021 reporting. We have some pieces where we will need their support with this transition, so that has been codified in this MOU with the state board. We have updated our enrollment projections with TDOE for BEP purposes and federal funding allocations. We've been working with the Central Procurement Office to transfer any of the state board contracts that we needed to have moved to the commission. This was a big lift, so we're very excited that we completed that process for all of those necessary contracts. We have amendments signed where there needed to be amendments, and are good to go for this upcoming year on those critical services that we needed to make sure transitioned with the schools from the state board. We are also continuing to work with TDOE on the year-end close process and on our accounts payable processes. For federal programs, basically all of our official plans that needed to be approved have been approved. So that includes our LEA plan and Inform TN. Our consolidated funding application was completed, submitted, and fully approved by July 1 as well. We've updated our federal programs procedures, and we are in the process of hiring a new federal programs administrator to support the ESSER work stream, but also kind of the overarching fiscal grant management. We know especially that will be an area that grows as we grow, and so our hope is that as some of the work related to ESSER may die down a little bit, they will pick up kind of more of those fiscal management responsibilities as we grow and scale up. Special populations, our easy IEP transfer was finalized. That's where our IEP information is housed. That is managed kind of at the state level. We have finalized our Charter Commission and DCS MOU for transportation, and we have our vendor contract. This was one that transferred from the state board, and we had to kind of amend to make sure we were all still good. For Elevation, which manages the individualized learning plans for EL students. Finally, we're still working through DCS background checks as schools hire new personnel. This is something that we have to run for them as the district while they can run their TBI background checks. And we've established relationships with the Consolidated Retirement System and have let them know new schools that are coming on board, make the connections with them for the schools being added to TCRS, and to get started on their contributions to make sure they have a clear understanding of what their obligations are there and are talking to the right people. And I know we will be diving in a lot more to data management and the student information system transfer in some later slides. But as a quick preview, we worked with the TDOE district technology team throughout the last 6 months or so to migrate what's called the single sign-on access. This is what's used for a lot of these state systems for the district. And we did that on July 1. And any issues that happened that we kind of surfaced throughout that process were addressed, and that access was actually finalized within 24 hours. So we were really excited that we were able to kind of find any issues and have that all finalized by, I think, the 8 o'clock in the morning on July 2nd. So that was really exciting. We also have our EIS access for the Public Charter School Commission established. That is our kind of statewide reporting for attendance, all sorts of student information. We've also had continued to have regular meetings with the student information system vendor, with state board staff, and with the district technology team anytime we've had to troubleshoot any issues with things like historical data pools, making sure that the state board can still grab the data from previous school years and that we don't lose access to that for students. And then finally, after we completed the migration, we did start the process to provision new school users with access to these different systems beginning last week. So we kind of got through the transition. We were able to transition current users and make sure that we removed any users that did not need to still have access. And then we are also beginning to provision our new school users as well. Assessment, this will be ramping up considerably this fall, but for now we have made sure that we did the roadshow, that all the teams know who we are, know about the transition, and that we are set up on having the right information and getting all the information that we need to make sure that testing and assessment is done successfully throughout the school year. Okay, I know the student information system transfer is something that we were all very interested in, so I did wanted to give a little bit more of a detailed update on that. So for some background, the state board used PowerSchool as the district student information system, and we began meeting with PowerSchool about this transition, I believe, in February. And kind of the primary question that we were trying to get at was, can we essentially take the current instance of PowerSchool that the state board has and rename it, get it assigned a new district number, make sure it works for reporting with kind of the new systems that are set up for the commission? Or did we need to try to create a whole new instance and then pull all the data off of the state board's instance and copy it into the new instance? There were some benefits and drawbacks to both, but ultimately, after several conversations with PowerSchool and with the district technology team, we determined that the least error-prone way to do it was to not try to copy a bunch of data over to a new instance, was to try to repurpose the existing instance. So PowerSchool kind of indicated that it would be simpler to update this system with the new name and district number on July 1st. what we had to do is we had to coordinate with a lot of different people to make sure that systems updated at roughly the same time. So so first we had to become kind of active in the school directory, which really drove that July 1 date, because that is, again, the source that then starts to pull the district number across all the other systems. So we did have all the teams switch all the district numbers, update all the systems within a very short period of time on July 1. Again, knowing that the district number serves as that validation and kind of sync point across the data systems. We wanted to make sure that these systems would talk to each other on the right district number and that we wouldn't kind of see errors coming across different systems. So initially, when we made these updates on July 1, we saw all of these systems were working appropriately except PowerSchool. It was still pulling data with the old district number. So we found that out, I think, within 15 minutes of making the update, and we're on the phone with PowerSchool immediately after that. So this did mean that initially the data was not syncing across systems correctly because it was not being pushed out from the student information system with the correct district number. So we ended up working with them kind of through the weekend. It was a little bit more difficult because that was a holiday weekend, but ended up being a relatively simple fix that just had to be taken on PowerSchool's end. There was a kind of second step that was built in for Tennessee that they had not anticipated. And so we had that issue fully resolved by the end of the day on the 6th, I believe. So we'd surfaced that problem and had fixed it in less than a week, even with the holiday. So that weekend might have taken a little bit of time off my life, but we figured it out. And now we have made sure that that is where it needs to be. So all the data extracts are now pushing out with the correct district number. They are syncing correctly across systems. That was the big exhale that we could get, was to find out that everything is validating against itself correctly. So we will be working with submitting kind of the additional reports. Those start to ramp up starting kind of at the end of this week and next week. So we will again be working through, but we don't anticipate at least any major problems with that, since we now know that the systems are talking and playing nice the way that they're supposed to. So we, again, thrilled to have Lawrence on board to help with that work and to lead that work. And so we will be working through anything else that pops up, but have kind of cleared the big hurdle that we were anxious to clear. So we're excited about that. And then the last thing is, I know we had some conversations last time about IT safety and security. And so as a team, we kind of reconnected and made sure we were thinking through all the T's that we needed to cross and I's we needed to dot. So the first thing that I wanted to just give you an update on is that I did confirm that kind of first and foremost, all of our systems are backed by the state server security management. So PowerSchool is hosted on the state of Tennessee's server, for example, as are most of our other systems. There is a very extensive approval process required if you want to use any kind of system that needs certain security measures. So if we were to try to find a third-party vendor for some kind of service, that service provider would have to go through a pretty extensive checking process to make sure that the state technology would actually sign off on allowing us to procure those services. That can take a lot of time, so we have not found a need to do that yet. So all the systems that we are currently using have been approved by STS, which is State Technology Services. They maintain oversight of the security management piece of that. We do know from kind of engaging with information security and working with STS and other security management people that the greatest threats are user targeted. So the state knows that phishing attacks, for example, is something that we regularly get. We all get the security blast updates about them. And there is a pretty robust infrastructure built around reporting those things, finding those things, and making sure that people are trained to catch phishing attacks and things like that. So one of the big things that we prioritized and that the state actually provides to help kind of counteract that risk is there is an annual security training that is end user focused that we all have to take annually, and that we are prioritizing any new staff members that are coming on kind of take proactively to make sure that everybody understands what to look for and those sorts of risk factors that can be out there for security issues. Another thing that I know we mentioned previously is that when we were doing the transfer for the student information system and different data management areas, we did make sure to do a user audit. So we literally pulled a list of every single person that had access across the system to make sure they still should have access, that we removed anybody that didn't need access anymore, and that we were double checking and cross checking that list. We are implementing a new process to do kind of a regular cadence of user audits, and trying to set some clear expectations and think through communicating clear expectations around things like not sharing credentials, right? Things that people do sometimes if they're in a rush and are trying to get things done, but are actually kind of the easier access points for security threats. So that piece, looking at training school level staff, making sure that we're engaging in these conversations proactively, will be a focus for myself and for Lawrence, and something that we're excited on continuing to keep at the forefront to make sure that we're addressing.
Can I interrupt you just for a second?
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
I commend your work in getting the actual transfer of the data and the movement between the old version of the system, which was used by DOE, and our version done, and handling the problems that came from that quickly, because that is no small undertaking, and I commend you and your staff for what you've gotten done. I also commend the proactive work on the user access, because that is a significant exposure point, and training for outside threats. The one thing I would like to see us do in the next 6 months is go back and look at the approval process that the state system did when they approved the vendor.
Okay.
And make sure, first of all, when was it last done? Because the most important thing on those systems after having it initially done is making sure it's done regularly. If a vendor changes some component of the software that they use in their system, that component can be vulnerable to attack or hacking. And if they have changed it and they didn't bother to tell anybody they've changed it, there are any number of instances where people find themselves with a system that was approved from a security point of view, but now has been hacked because of a vendor that the vendor chose and used. So sometime in the first 6 months, I know the state has wonderful security people, but I would like for us to look at it, because if something goes wrong, it's going to be the public charter school commission system was hacked, and the fact that the state checked it out isn't going to do us any good in our brand management. So if we can do that in the next 6 months, and not just Power School, but any other system.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Power School and a lot of these systems in particular, we can also go back and look, make sure we're having these conversations and looking into it and looking closely at what those state-hosted contracts actually say. I know I've seen this. I know I could probably look back and find you the language about what those cadences are, but we can make sure that we are kind of seeing it, especially what's supposed to happen, and then what are we seeing happen in practice as well. So that's something we take a look at.
And particularly getting a statement from the vendor that they haven't added or implemented changes with a new software vendor as a part of the upgrade of their systems. Because if they've had turnover of people in the interim, they may very well know that you're supposed to tell us, but they might not have the same people there, and they don't tell us, and it could get into a problem.
Absolutely.
So I would just check on that. But all in all, this is a very good start for this board. Are there other questions on this topic or anything no one is raising?
Just a quick question on I guess, a similar point around just, I guess the only thing, the analogy I can think of is just how the IRS, a person can't claim more than one dependent, right? There would be some red flag. And so what does it look like when we're, finally receiving federal funding to pass through? Have we, double checked to make sure that that doesn't get flagged in case it's still pointing to the old system, or assuming the old system is the benefactor and we are the charter school is the dependent? How do we ensure that that doesn't happen? And if it does, what's our recourse?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that there are pieces of that that are built into kind of different, like the grant management system that is used by us and by every LEA in the state. There are pieces of that that are covered kind of by the MOU with that our staff has with the state board. So I think we can definitely get some clarity and share that information with you if you'd like about kind of more of the details about how that works.
As long as it's covered.
Yeah. Okay, great. Any other questions about any of these pieces? Okay, great. Well, I will turn this over to Kelly Croneman, our coordinator of federal programs and special populations, to talk through a little bit about our consolidated funding application.
Thank you, Melanie, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Croneman. I'm the coordinator of federal programs and special populations, and today I'm going to be providing a brief overview of our consolidated funding application, or CFA, for fiscal year 22. The CFA is the means through which local education agencies apply to the Tennessee Department of Education for federal entitlement grant funds, including Titles 1 through 4, as well as the IDEA. Initial grant allocations are received in the spring, and then initial funding applications must be submitted to and approved by the TDOE by July 1. New district allocations are then released later in July, and the revised funding application must be submitted to and approved by the TDOE by October 1. I'll take a minute to walk you through our allocation methodology and our choice to utilize the school-wide pool. We received our initial allocations in April. These were based on our enrollment estimates for the 2021 to 22 school year, and we received those estimates from our schools back in March. We consolidate all the funds into a school-wide pool. This is a flexibility provision in the Every Student Succeeds Act that allows schools to pool all of their allocated federal funds into one consolidated school-wide budget. This allows our schools some additional flexibility and autonomy to determine how to budget their blended funds. Schools must still meet the intent of the incorporated federal programs, but they may use the consolidated funds to better meet the needs of their student population as reflected in their school improvement plans. We determined each school's school-wide pool allocation by applying a per-pupil allocation formula to each individual funding source and then determining the sum total of each school's allocations. Our schools will receive all of the federal entitlement grant funds allocated to the Charter Commission, with the exception of a small required district level set aside for homeless students, which schools may request funds from as needed. We expect new district allocations to be released this month. I want to note that our final allocations will be based on actual enrollment, and we will follow a similar process to determine each of our schools' final allocations and collect their budgets. Once we calculated the preliminary school-wide pool allocations, we then shared them with each school's finance team, along with materials for them to submit their spending plans and program details for the application. Commission staff did a preliminary review of our school's budgets and their program details for compliance, and then we submitted them to the TDOE for them to review as part of our district application. I am glad to share that we met the July deadline for TDOE approval of our initial consolidated funding application. I'll wrap up by sharing some general trends that we noticed and how our schools are planning to spend these grant funds. Schools have budgeted the majority of their school-wide pool funds toward teaching positions, including 7 lead teachers, 6 intervention teachers, 3 instructional aides, and 8 special education teachers. Schools also do have a small required Title I Part A set aside, which they've budgeted for supplies for parent and family engagement, activities and events throughout the year, as well as to support the positions who are responsible for overseeing and managing these parent and family engagement programs. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So the funding for these positions, is it ongoing, or just you have to do this process every year? So those positions have to be looked at, reaffirmed, and then they're back in place. Is that how it works?
That is correct. This funding is re-examined each year. The allocations are based on enrollment, so that changes each year as well.
And some of the teachers, though, who may be in a particular school, could stay in that school if it's approved again, right? So there's not a teacher maybe who is doing great work and has to leave before they get allocated again. You know what I'm asking?
Yeah, I believe so. And I think it's good to note that this isn't the sum total of the funding that schools use to support teaching positions, but they do use this funding to help support the teaching positions that they need.
I have a question, because I've heard this complaint from charter schools over and over again. Based on the schedule and the process that we have to go through, when would the money be passing from us to the individual schools?
That's a great question. So I think Tess mentioned earlier that since our initial consolidated funding application has been approved, schools do have access to the funds for fiscal year 22 as of July 1. I will say we are in the process of getting, the kind of nuts and bolts put together so that schools can actually do their reimbursement requests, and that does take a little bit of time. Typically, we see schools, and I'm speaking from my state board experience here, typically we've seen schools submit initial school-wide pool funding reimbursement requests around September, October. And by that point, we usually, especially if it's October, we'll have our final CFA completed, approved. We've got the workbooks all set up for the schools, and they can begin receiving those funds pretty immediately. Any other questions? Okay. And I want to check in, Tess, Melanie, do either of you have anything you'd like to add for clarity?
No, I think one of the things I want to note for commissioners, and this is a continued conversation that we have with the Department of Education, is that federal funding does not always keep pace with a rapidly growing school district like us. And so one of the challenges that I know our schools feel, and it is very hard to predict what your federal funding amount will be on a year-to-year basis, because we continue to add schools, grow grades, right? It's not like we are a district that is pretty steady and we kind of generally predict what our federal funding is. So one of the things that we do at a district level to anticipate any changes, particularly between initial and final allocation, is that we do hold a reserve at the district level to cushion any falls we might see in allocations. We have regularly raised this with the Department of Education as an ongoing challenge, particularly for a district like ours. And I think that we are just regularly trying to advocate both for our district and our schools to ensure that as much as possible, we can keep up with the increasing enrollment that our district faces on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, that's a great note. And I'll also note that thanks to that reserve that we withhold, thankfully, even if enrollment estimates may be, a little bit more for the total student population or certain populations that are attached to Title III or IDEA funding, our schools very rarely would see a drop in funding from their initial to their final school-wide pool application. Any other questions?
Thank you both very much. It was very, very helpful. We appreciate the good work in getting this all done by July 1. You have covered most of my concerns expressed at the April meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The final item on our agenda today will be the presentation from Melanie Harrell on the ESSER funding the Commission will be responsible for. Melanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Richards. I'm Melanie Harrell. I know that ESSER is on everybody's mind. There has been a lot that has come down from both the states and the federal government since our April meeting, so we want to give you an update on kind of the high-level things that we'll be implementing and our plans for ESSER over the next, really the next quarter before our next commission meeting. So as a reminder, we received a total of about $3.8 million in ESSER funding. So the overwhelming majority of this is just passed through to our schools. So similarly to how we do our consolidated funding application funding, we pass through based on a per pupil rate to make sure that schools are being equitably served. So based on feedback from TDOE and kind of the encouragement coming down from USED about what to anticipate in terms of the robustness of the oversight and reporting requirements that will be coming with ESSER funds. We have held a little bit less than 5% for administration, oversight, and monitoring at the district level. Again, I think kind of our first intended use of those funds will be to use part of it at least for the portion of the federal programs administrator role, which we're currently hiring for their work that will be primarily related to ESSER. We are holding an additional, it's a little over $100,000 in reserve at the district level to fulfill our LEA obligations related to summer programming. We know that ensuring that we have high quality and robust summer programming is going to be really important over the next 3 years, particularly as we look to recover from some of the learning loss that we've seen due to the pandemic. We also know that we have a legal obligation to make sure that that programming is provided and that we are in a kind of a unique situation as a district as it relates to that programming. So we have held that amount to make sure that we have the kind of flexibility to see how this shakes out and what we need to do to make sure that students have access to robust summer programming. So one of the biggest changes and biggest items that have come out from the TDOE since our last meeting is requirements around a public-facing LEA plan for ESSER. This is sort of interesting because ESSER 1 and 2 were managed by the state board. We are picking up with ESSER 3, but we are working with the TDOE on their guidance, the templates, and what we will need to provide as a comprehensive LEA ESSER plan. So the first thing is that this ESSER plan has to be rooted in a needs assessment, so it's got to be sure that it's based on what we're seeing as actual needs of students. It has to include a health and safety plan that is really focused on prevention and mitigation strategies to ideally keep kids in school and schools operating in person. That plan will be required to be updated every 6 months or anytime there's kind of a meaningful change to it. So this will be an ongoing plan that we'll be updating. We also have to outline our overall strategy, how we're addressing the academic impact of lost instructional time, and how interventions will address the needs of students across all student groups. And the last piece of it is we have our spending plan for ESSER 3.0. So again, as a unique district in that we authorize charter schools and we're composed entirely of charter schools, we've asked our schools to essentially do many versions of these plans to make sure that they are thinking through all of these requirements and the elements that are needed to make sure that they're responding to their unique student needs and are investing funds in a way that will have an impact on student growth. So we're requesting that schools codify their plans with a school needs assessment, an individualized school health and safety plan, a school sending plan, and then we will roll up each of our schools' plans to be included in our overall district plan and public-facing plan. Their spending plans also similarly to how we do the consolidated funding application, we will roll those up to become our district plan. There has also been additional guidance that has come out from, again, US Ed and Tennessee Department of Education around kind of very high impact and strict requirements on community and stakeholder engagement attached to ESSER 3.0 funds. So schools and LEAs that are receiving these funds are required to document all the stakeholder groups that are engaged and how feedback was meaningfully considered in the development of these plans. So the stakeholders have to include basically everybody that you can think of. So families, students, teachers, principals, school and network administrators, special populations groups, advocacy groups, school leaders, and TDO even has elected officials included as a group to consult. So you guys all probably saw in the past few weeks, we have conducted 2 LEA level engagement surveys, and we are codifying the feedback that we got from those surveys to provide to our charter schools as they are developing their plans. Something else that we did was we had a survey that we sent out to the schools and some of their leadership, but we also encouraged them to send it out to their parents and their communities and kind of told them, hey, if you do this, you get to count it toward your engagement as well. So we've actually seen, I think when I checked it this morning, we had about 65 responses to that survey, and we had parents, we had student responses, we had teachers, we had network level leaders, we had a really great variety of people that had responded to that survey already. So I was really excited to see the level of feedback that we got kind of on our school level survey as well. So something that we're talking about this survey, we are also working with the schools to tell them they will have to do more than a survey. So they will have to take their spending plans to stakeholders and be able to document the same way we are, that they are getting meaningful feedback on their plan and that they are incorporating that feedback in response to their stakeholders. So this is a lot for us. It's a lot for our schools. It's going to be a lot for the state and a lot for all of us. So something that we are thinking through is how to best support our schools with this process. So since the application is more intensive than I would say kind of the typical grant application that we see at the state level, we provided templates and guidance for all schools on their individual school planning. We've recorded a webinar as a resource. We will be doing a individualized review of all budgets and plan documents for our schools to be able to give them targeted feedback specific to their community and their needs. We will also be reviewing those plans to make sure that they're aligned with legal requirements, that costs are allowable, and that they are kind of being responsive to what their student needs are. And then we will also be holding office hours over the next few weeks, once a week, for them to come and kind of get open, ask questions, give feedback, and have that space to be able to come to us with any additional support requests they may have. So in terms of the reporting requirements, we know that there's going to be a lot. We are trying to prepare our schools for the fact that there will be a lot. We are trying to prepare ourselves and build the capacity knowing that there will be a lot of these reporting requirements. So as these final requirements have not yet been released, but we have this is a condensed version of the very long laundry list of things that they say to expect at a minimum will be required. So academic data, student readiness data, educator data, health and safety data, and other data are all things that we anticipate we will have to report on. So we want to make sure that we have the capacity and systems in place that can gather that information, and that if there's anything that is not kind of already built in, that we have a way to track the impact of these funds and to track the data that will potentially be requested of us. So the last piece is the timeline. This is a tight turnaround. We do have preliminary school plans due to us and our staff by no later than the 23rd. So again, that will be where we'll do our initial review, schedule follow-up meetings with schools to make sure that if they have anything they need to change due to allowability or legal requirements, that we are being thought partners with them around how they can use their funds, and that we are offering really targeted support for them as they develop these plans. We will be reaching back out to them within usually 7 to 10 days after the plan is turned around. And then final school plans will be submitted to us by August 13th. We will then be rolling that information into our final LEA plan, which is due to the TDOE by August 27th. So fast and furious, a lot going on, but that is when kind of the timeline to get all of these pieces done.
I just have two things. First of all, the ESSER plans talk about summer programs to make up for the learning loss, but I know there was also a requirement from the legislature that the schools offer a robust summer program. And I know from looking at least at the one school we looked at today that's a new school, I don't think they've got a problem with having to offer it because all their kids will be new this fall. But our other three schools are under an obligation either to offer it themselves or to have a arrangement with either their LEA, which is us, and we have no summer school plan, or their local district. And I just encourage you to make sure that you have documented that they have done those things, because the timeline on this is ridiculous. By the time the requirement was known, summer was upon us. And I can tell from looking at the focus of the KIPP school today, they're really working hard to be ready to go in a big way for fall, which is going to be here in 3 weeks, but they've still got the summer obligation, and I would not want to completely withdraw this transition, and I don't know what TDO can do to ensure that the plan. First thing. Second thing, I will just offer this. I hope we don't get in this situation, but should the COVID transmission rate go up in the communities that our schools are located, we did successfully put in place a testing program that allowed 14 charter schools in the Memphis area to stay open throughout last year. We never lost a classroom. We never lost a school. We had some 6 kids who had to stay home, but that happens anyway. If you should find yourself in a situation with these health and safety plans where you have to need to want to talk about that, please give me a call. I don't want you to reinvent the wheel, because we could roll that out in 2 weeks if we got in that situation. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Melanie.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all for your attendance and participation at this meeting of the School Performance and Accountability Committee of the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any final comments. All right, if there are no further comments, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Chase, please take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sisnet
Aye.
votes aye. Commissioner Griscom
Aye.
votes aye. Chairman Richards
Aye.
votes aye. The motion is approved.
Thank you. The next meeting of the School Performance and Accountability Committee is scheduled for October 11th, 2021. Look forward to seeing you all at our commission meeting tomorrow. Thank you.